But while we are preparing the stage for the debate, we thought we could declare the table open so that people could go to the table and resume necessary while the debate starts and goes on. Rosie, you want to say one or two?
So you can, while you are eating, you can actually start the debate once we have set up here. So people will not be waiting for too long.
Exactly, because there are people online that are waiting for the debate.
Yeah.
So, do we have a volunteer to say for beginner prayer?
Amen.
The table is open. So, seniors, will let the ring.
The children will cast
Prezi, are we eating first? Or we are just standing here? Eat right. That's what I thought.
I know myself.
How's it going, man?
And then you close.
Test.
No, I close.
Oh,
He close first.
thank you so much.
Good luck.
Thank you. And thanks for doing this for us. Yeah.
I close last.
What is it saying?
So I'm just repeating that Bose opens first, right? And then you close first.
That's fine. We did the coin toss. I stick by my word.
If you want to when you have plus 50.
No, that Messi knows it, bro. Go chop, Papa.
Oh, I asked you for
Sorry, brother. How now? What is it?
since mini convention was
The sums of everything.
I saw that picture. So the reason I joke, but it's
In 6 years.
we lost $100,000. It's not a joke. That is, and I have the record. We lost $100,000. I'm not joking. In May, you're going to send a letter. When May comes, we're going to send a letter. It's because we're Soba brothers. We didn't go to court. We lost $100,000. Is that a joke?
Boss. Move back. Move the one. We go a little bit. Put that in the middle. Yeah. In the middle, please.
Good.
Let's shift a little bit. Come in the middle. Come. Can the youth president stand in between them? Yes. Come, the youth president. Come. Come. Please. One minute. Yes. Shift. Go to Wi-Fi. Yeah, please. We can see you. You stand in the middle. So, grandpa. Do you capture? So turn over before front camera. When I shift more for right or left, if I bend this end. Hold on now.
You don't want to say
Let's see.
1, 2, 3, go.
Near mountain, high above the sea, stands St. Joseph's College, a place for you and me. This year that we learn biology and geometry and chemistry in South by the mountain, oh South by the sea.
All right. Take a seat. This school about to start. No, that's school answer. Okay, we'll do the cool some later.
How's it going? Thank you.
Please.
I wish microphones are so terrible. Please take your seats. For the next hour and 30 minutes, or for as long as the debate will take place, gentlemen, we have to be completely silent. And I've not started yet, but this is because a few people have done a lot of work. We have to pay them some respect by carrying ourselves with perfect decorum so that there is value in what they've put forth. So if you have your cell phones, put them on silent right now. If you must move out, do so quietly. We do not want any side comments or anything just for this time. If it's really important, just take it outside and then have the conversation and then sneak back in quietly, please. Let's make sure this thing has the class that it deserves. We're ready? Yes, and then stay clear from the cameras. There's a back door to exit this out, so you use the back door. Please, gentlemen, can we all take our seats? Take your permanent position, and then we can start. Slide, that won't be your permanent position. You won't stand there all night. Okay. Please, guys, side comments, we have to really keep them down. Are we ready? Do you hear me well? Ready? Sit. 1 month and 2 weeks and 4 days from Soba America 2025 general elections. Welcome to Fulshire, Texas, where the Soba Houston chapter is hosting the official debate between two candidates vying for the post of president of Soba America. I am Soba Bendrix Tabu, St. Joseph's College SASE class of 1988, member of the Soba Houston chapter and moderator of this debate. My fellow Sobans and the online viewers, Let's welcome member of St. Joseph's College Sase, class of 1989, President Emeritus of Soba, District of Columbia, Maryland, and Virginia, DMV, chapters candidate, Soba Ekole Fonjongo. Member of St. Joseph's College, class of 1996, 1997, Chief Financial Officer. Can we start this thing from the get-go?
Public Relations Officer.
Whenever you're ready, give me the signal. One month and 2 weeks and 4 days from Soba America 2025 general elections. Welcome to Full Share, Texas, where Soba Houston chapter is hosting the official debate between the two candidates vying for the post of president of Soba America. I am Soben Bendrix Tabu, St. Joseph's College Sase, class of 1988, member of the Soba Houston chapter and moderator of this debate. Fellow Sobans and online viewers, let's welcome member of St. Joseph's College class of 1996, class of 1997, Chief Financial of
Is it live? Is it live?
Are you still keeping me live? Yes. How can you keep me live like this? No, no force. They say my volume is low. They say my volume is low. Test run. Can you test it now? Are we on? Okay, we're ready. Testing. So are we all set? All right. All right, so everybody's ready now. We're live, and that was the test run. I think all of our viewers and feedback folks have advised that they can hear us now clearly. So we're ready to begin. All right, let's go. 1 month and 2 weeks and 4 days from the Soba America 2025 general elections. Welcome to Full Share, Texas, where the Soba Houston chapter is hosting the official debate between the two candidates vying for the post of president of Soba America. I am Soben Bendrix Tabu, St. Joseph's College Sase, class of 1988, member of Soba Houston chapter and the moderator of this debate. My fellow Sobans and online viewers, let's welcome member of St. Joseph's College, class of 1997, Chief Financial Officer, Emeritus of Soba District of Columbia, Maryland, and Virginia chapter, Czar and Public Relations Officer of Soba America, candidate Soban Jukong Aso.
Thank you.
Member of St. Joseph's College, class of 1989, President Emeritus of Soba District of Columbia, Maryland, and Virginia DMV chapter, candidate Soban Ekole Fonjongo. Now our rules. The audience is to remain quiet no side comments during the debates. There will be time for questions that will come from the audience, and when it's your turn, go straight to the questions as written with no additions. Candidates are to respect time, and we encourage the candidates to make their points and back them with concrete examples and facts. The debate is divided into 4 thematic sections. Leadership, experience, and track record is one. The second section is chapter engagement and alumni unity. The third section is fundraising, transparency, and financial management. And the last section, the fourth one, will be youth involvement, innovation, and future vision. The candidates will introduce themselves with an opening statement as well as close the debate in an order determined by the candidates themselves through a coin toss. Let the debate begin. Good luck to our candidates. Candidates will have 3 minutes to introduce themselves, provide a footing for the debate, and then after that we will go into our question and answer sessions. And our first candidate to introduce himself tonight will be Soba Ekole from Jongo.
Thank you, Bendrix. Thank you, President Sly, VPHU, members of Soba Houston. Thank you, Soba America, and Sobans all around the world. I'm a colleague for Jongo, 89, class of 89, Secretary General Emeritus Soba DMV, and President Emeritus Soba DMV. I'm honored to be here tonight to be part of this debate and campaign for Soba America. You know, 9 years ago, I came to Houston as a newly elected DMV president during the convention. I made a bold promise here that by the end of my presidency, Soba DMV will have 100 members. At the time, we had about 30, 35 members or so. Not only do we deliver on that promise, we doubled that to the tune of 200 members. As a member of Wantico United and president, we started at 70 members. Today, we are 360 members. I want to make a bold claim again today, like I've said. By the end of my presidency, Soba America will have 1,000 members and $500,000 annually in revenue. How do we do that? By activating our platform called BAT. What is BAT? Brotherhood, branding, and innovation, accountability and transparency, teamwork, the Colosseum Project, and service. The idea of what BAT is just for us to be more inclusive as Sobans and get to meet each other more often. Under brotherhood, the key thing there is about living benefits. You know, a good example, when Mulando Ko died, it would have been nice for us to give him something while he was alive than when he was dead. Living benefits, talking about prostate cancer, cancer that affects us usually like black men, emphasizing on that, health and wellness and fitness, and using our class groups to grow Soba America. Under branding, over 30 years we wear the same outfit. You can see, same time you go to debate, you go to convention, you wear the same stuff. It's about changing our outfit and adding more options so we can look different on different occasions. Also about creating and updating our website. It's been too long that we had the same website. It's a matter of time for us to update that and give it the option that we need. Under branding, also want to have like new options like Asoba blazer, Asoba ties, cufflinks, African wears, something that gives us extra options. Innovation, President's Club, change that, give it more options so Sobans can get different entry levels so they can belong to that prestigious club. And also our convention format, so we have affordability as a line, underlying factor. Under accountability, it's simple. Routine audit. Soba America has never had audits before. Routine audits. Under our brand, sorry, somebody's telling me. Under our team, the Colosseum Project, the idea is simple, to use sports, like we're in SASE. Interdoms were big things for us. Use interdoms, most of us belong to 1 or 2 MVT teams. Using sports as a medium for us to grow Soba America, create enthusiasm, and increase our membership. Under teamwork, which is the foundation of our platform BATS, is simply to create departments so that we don't have so much dependence on POSA and members of NLT. Create departments such as departments of health and wellness, department of sports, business and administration, and also IT department. On that service, it's simple. Giving back to SASE and giving back to Sobans. It's a matter of fact of changing the way we do scholarships, using naming rights, and also building a brand new website for SASE, as well as providing a St. Joseph model where we can have SASE being adopted by Soba, other colleges in the US. Thank you.
And now we'll go to Soba Jukang Aso.
Oh, thank you very much. President Sly, the debate committee, Houston chapter, thank you guys so much for this opportunity. To the Sobans watching here and those live, thank you for being part of this. To my brother and friend, President Akole, thank you for a spirited debate, and hopefully we can keep this conversation going. My name is Jukang Asong. I'm a husband, I'm a father, and I'm a Soban. Married to Dr. Mercy Asong. Together, God has blessed us with 4 beautiful kids. Chloe is 9, Kyle just turned 7 yesterday, and Katsumi is 5, and Kelani, named after my mom, is 3 years old. I am a Soban of the 1997 class, the Baltimoreans, and I am also a member, a community leader, and an entrepreneur by profession. It has been an honor of my life to serve as a Soban and be part of this debate, so to speak. I have been a Soban, or leading in the Soban community at every level, since when I was a boy right up to now. I was a Refectorian, I was the president of Soba UB chapter, I was the Secretary General for Soba DMV, the CFO for Soba DMV, the Czar and Public Relations Officer for Soba America for the past 10 years. And for 10 years and more, I've been in the trenches working for Sobans, listening to Sobans, answering questions for Sobans, and representing Sobans both home and abroad. And the reason that I run for president today is because, first of all, I believe I have the track record to stand and ask you guys for your support. But also, this election is not about track record, it's about a vision. A vision that is bold, a vision that is proactive, but a vision that can solve the solutions of our time. Let me be clear. Soba has made tremendous progress in the past. The leaders that have come before us, like our own very own Dr. Nick right here, on his shoulders we stand. Sobans are not looking for an individual to tear down our organization. We're looking for someone that can build on the progress already made. And our 5-point plan to build and revamp Soba America is specifically to that. As we talk to Sobans across, Sobans are telling us that they want a Soba America that would take care of them here first, before they focus on the folks in Cameroon. We have created an initiative to do that. Sobans and tell us that it is time we stop running Soba America on the backs of Sobans. Everything that Soba America pays, you pay for it, I pay for it based on registrations. But we have the mind, we have the memory. Why don't we create, own, and run a profitable business? That is my specialty, and that is what I promise to do. Soban are telling us that we should lead from the front. We have the power of the purse. We should hold SASE accountable. That is, regardless of what we do in SASE, they should maintain that institute, and we should tie them to that and hold them accountable. I have those relationships. I have that experience, and that is what our 5-point plan promised to do. It is a plan that is proactive and a plan that is going to serve Sobans directly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And each candidate has 2 minutes to respond to any of these questions that will follow, and other instructions will come later. So we want to go to Soba Jukang. Why do you want to be president of Soba America?
Thank you. That is a great question, and I'm going to answer that question in different parts. You see, I've been part of Soba for 10 years. And just like all of you, we love this organization so much that we don't want it to deter or deteriorate. We love our organization so much that we want it to move forward. I want to be president of Soba America, number one, because I believe our vision is proactive. I stand in a unique crossroad to make sure that Sobans can take care, can have what it needs to be part of this organization. You know, I brand myself as a bridge candidate, a candidate that can embrace those that are much older than us, but also the new and the young Sobans that want to come into organization. I can speak to anyone. I can relate with everyone, and I can bring them to the fore, number one. Number two, I want to make sure that we take care of Sobans here. The idea that I put forward that we should be able to assist financially with Sobans that are coming to organizations, or Sobans that are finding it difficult to pay their tuition. That is something that is big on. For instance, Soban Julius Gwa, he is the former president of Soba DMV. It was only possible for him to do that because Soba Nobenkong was able to assist him financially and pay his tuition and pay his membership dues into Soba America while he was doing his PhD program in Boston. Look at Brian Jotza, what Soban Dallas did to him. We want Sobans like that want to be with us, to support us. I also think that it's time for us to phase out the idea that Soba depends on us for financial support all the time. Let's create a business, let's own our own banquet hall and raise money for Soba America. Based on the vision that I have, that is why I want to run for president, and I have the track record to back that up. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Soban Jukan. And now we'll have the same question to Soban Fonjongo.
In 2019, I ran for president, Soba America. I didn't win. I said to myself, I will not run again unless I have a vision that is bold, that is going to transform Soba America. If the vision was not big enough to make a change, I was not going to do it. But each time I thought about it, I keep getting ideas about how to grow Soba America. I said, if Soba America doesn't make the leap that it's supposed to make after the 4th administration, I'm going to come in and do that leap for Soba America. After 6 years of the administration, we have maxed out at 500 members. 500. There are over 3,000 Sobans plus in USA and Canada alone. We are not even 10% of our potential. I said to myself, why can't we have 1,000 Sobans in Soba America? And why can't we have $500,000 annually in revenue? We have the potential. It's just that we need the right leadership. So I said to myself, put a vision together that will take Soba America to that next level. And that is exactly what I have done with my platform, BAT. If you look at BAT, the whole idea is to look out for Sobans, look out for us, and then think big, bold, and futuristic how to grow Soba America. Again, the goal is for us to get to the next level. So I feel like me coming to the race, it's not for me to, it's to take Soba, provide platforms that Sobans need, like living benefits. We go to when Sobans die and we pay them, but when they are alive, we should respect and show them our appreciation while they are alive. So it's because of the potential that Soba America has been, stuck with. I feel like me coming in is to take Soba America from where it is to the next level, which is 1,000 members and annually $500,000 in revenue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Soban Fonjongo. So the next question is this. We understand that you were president of Soba DMV, so you've been in leadership. What is unique about your leadership style that will make Soba America greater than it is already?
Good question. So first thing first, you don't grow a chapter from 35 members to 200 members by chance. You do that by being a people's person, by being a listener, by being a team player. That's how you get to grow from 35 members to 200 members. So I was able to be a president for Sobans. I was able to reach out to the older Sobans, to the younger Sobans like my friend Junkan right here, bring a bridge together so we can grow Soba America. Also, I was able to put my resources together to push Soba DMV to where it needed to be. So being a team player, being a listener, being somebody who puts his time for the chapter, being somebody who sacrifices time for the chapter, being somebody who listened to Sobans, who reached out to Sobans, who talked to them, went out and did things for them, being somebody who cared for Sobans and was there for them when they needed Soba DMV the most. That's how I was able to grow the chapter from 35 members, 40, to over 200 members. So I was able to do that because I was somebody who listened, who cared, and also I was somebody who did the job that I was supposed to do, I was voted for, and that's how we go to Soba DMV, and that's what made me an excellent or great president, if I would say that. Thank you.
Thank you. And Soban Jukan, you've also been in leadership as a czar of Soba America. and other portfolios, financial as well. What is in your leadership style that makes Soba America want to have you as their president to make Soba America better?
Thank you very much. You see, my participation in Soba really started, at least at the level of Soba America, started in Soba DMV as SG and as CFO. Despite a contested election that we had back in the days, I put personal interest aside. I shook hands with President Noni and said, I'm going to work with you. Together we launched Project 200. It was the first time in our history to launch, to try to register 200 members in an off-election cycle. We went close to almost 180 members registering. That was calls, that was texting, that was grassroots reaching out to Sobans. That's what we did. Number two, as the public relations officer of Soba America, we have worked tirelessly to increase the brand of Soba America. Soba America, as it stands right now, is one of the most cherished and most envied alumni organizations out of Africa because of our branding. The way we represent, the way we carry ourselves across. We have represented Soba America here at home and here and back in Cameroon. Soba America, they may representing the president twice, has rung the flag of Soba America both home and abroad. I think it is one of those things which is very important for me, and I think it's crucial for Sobans. The idea that we can brand this organization to be the premier alumni organization is what I've done in the past. I have developed new ideas within Soba America TV, the way we structured our branding just to make sure that we stay afloat, we stay as the strongest organization, we keep growing both our young Sobans and old Sobans in the organization and communicate to them exactly what we want to do and how we want to move the organization forward. And it's the same light which we intend to increase on that, to build on that progress, to delegate the right people, to have a vision that is bold, to make sure that we have the right people in place and inspire and reimagine what we can do to move our organization forward.
So it is clear that both of you come from the same chapter. You've definitely seen each other and witnessed each other. So Sobanjukan, what is it in Sobanfonjongo's leadership style that you love or would like to emulate, and what is it that you not so love?
Yeah, well, all of us are Sobans first, so we can agree on that. But in terms of his leadership, you know, I have been through, I would say, 3 presidents. In Soba DMV, I would tell you unequivocally, his leadership as president was the worst. Sobanekole is completely incapable of delegating. He doesn't know how to delegate. As a leader in Soba DMV, he was president, he was vice president, he was treasurer, he was secretary general, and that is why he got caught up in financial mismanagement in so many ways. He doesn't know how to delegate. That is why, if you remember, in 2019, you could see that instead of trusting his executive to do the job that we're supposed to do the things we're supposed to do, he trusted his own brother to be at our bar collecting our cash. That is not one time, and is consistent with his leadership. He doesn't know how to delegate. An organization this big, you have to be able to trust people, to create structures, and be able to make sure that they can do it. That is what I do as a businessman, and that is what I've been able to do as Sobans. Number 2, credibility. When we stand on this stage, Soba College should delete credibility and accountability on his BATS plan. He has no leg to stand on. When you raise $25,000 and you cannot prove where that money went to, and you're able to transfer an account less than $3,000, $4,000, you can't talk about credibility. 6 years now, $6,553, a check written to him. Who does that? If you work for a company, if you work for a CEO, and they give you a card to go do your expenses, you will not write a check to yourself. You will be terminated. And talk less of having the audacity to ask for a promotion. Those are the kind of things that the Soba presidency is too big, too large, and too important for us not to engage with an individual who has financial mismanagement and lack of accountability and credibility hovering over them. So is he a Soban that I think he loves us? I think he loves us just as you and I. Does he have the skill sets to lead Soba America at this level? Absolutely not. Can he delegate? No. Is his financial transparency and accountability something for us to be proud of? Absolutely not. And I think Sobans have been able to see that.
Thank you, Sobanjuka. I'm sure, Sobanfonjongo, there are certain things you would like to say or respond to from what he has said. We'll give you a minute or two to respond to him, and then we will ask you if there are any things in his
leadership style that you disagree with or that you love?
Well, so, again, fellow servants, the good thing about today is the fact that there are no surrogates. It's just me and him. We talk about the records, so you cannot hide from your record. I was president of Soba DMV, he was Secretary General. If I asked this man to give me minutes or records for half of his time with Soba DMV, he will not produce it. He mentioned Project 200. We already had 200 members of Soba DMV. What are you talking about? We already did that in my administration. He said it's a PRO for Soba America for 10 years. What was he doing? Soba America TV. This man cannot tell you if he actually wrote any single episode of Soba America TV to claim he was PRO. He said, I don't delegate. That's laughable. His job was Secretary General. I don't have to delegate to you your job. The bylaw says what you are supposed to do. It's because you were so absent, you were never available. I had to carry on the load that, I was a team guy. You call me, you cannot be available, I'll do your job. You were not available, that's what I did. I had to be Secretary General, I had to be Treasurer because he was not available. Anybody who's been president of any Soba chapter, you understand, like as president, you become president, vice, you do those things. It's part of that leadership experience that is being tested, that I'm running on because he doesn't have that. So let's get that out of the way. Talking about credibility, it's interesting because the first time he's been given a chance to lead Soba America, his campaign team, fellow servants, the amount of misinformation that's come from that campaign team and him being the head of that campaign team cannot even point out, like you guys are having so much misinformation. It kind of tells you who has credibility issues. I've been on point about our messages. We have a very great campaign manager. We are on point. But there's so much misinformation from his campaign team. I wrote them down. It's almost about 35 of them. So if you have a president or candidate who cannot even control his campaign team with information, then you know who has credibility issues.
You see, if you notice, he did not focus on the issues. You're not going to fool the Sobans watching and the Sobans in here. I was very specific, Mr. Ekole. When you were president of Soba DMV and we did a fundraiser for a Wi-Fi project, together with you, we raised $25,000. I know because I held the mic with late Bernard Folong. We raised that money because we believed in the vision that you put forth. As we speak right now, internet has never been created in Sase. No one optic fiber has been in Sase. The students in Sase are still waiting for the internet that you promised them. Let's face the facts. The internet, 25,000 raised, where did the money go to? I took over as CFO after that. The account is $3,000 to $4,000 that we inherited. $25,000 given to you, nothing happened. Do you collect the money from the donors? Where is the donor list? Soba DMV members have never seen the donor list, the people who promised to give us money. He held it like a sacred Bible, asking us never to talk to donors. Where did that go to? Number one. Number two, what about $6,500? These are the facts. This is not some campaign hookwash or snake oil. $6,500 to yourself. I believe you work for corporate America. If you were to write yourself a check of $6,500 to your CFO, without producing receipts, to your CEO, would you have a job?
Thank you.
So these are facts, Sobans. And I think credibility is important. Before you want to talk about vision, we have to know that we can trust you. And I think it's something important. Thank you.
I think you deserve time to respond.
Yeah, I hope I get extra time for the time we went above, his time, right? Fellow Sobans, what you're going to watch here tonight are two things. A leader and a salesman. He came here prepared with talking points to try to act all tough and yell and all that. That's not the point. That's not going to cut it. That's not going to cut it. Let's go on the facts. This man was Secretary General under my administration for 4 years. And he comes and tells you guys that the Wi-Fi project was not achieved. You should question what he was doing as Secretary General. What's the job of a Secretary General? To keep records and minutes. He doesn't have it. So he has no clue what happened. He's trying to sell you guys snake oil that he can be president of America. But if he doesn't remember what the Wi-Fi project did, his campaign manager was the financial secretary. They have the records. They know. They said that we left no money in the account. They said 1,000. They said they've been all over the place. Now he says 3,000. You know why? I reached out to Soba DMV ESCO to request bank statements from my administration, and they went and told them, like, hey, this is what is happening. And they came up and said 3,000, which was the correct amount. But they've said 4 different numbers. If this man who was CFO, when I hand over to them, cannot remember how much I had left with him, you should be truly concerned about what he's telling you in his qualification to be president of Soba America.
But Joker, for 1 minute.
Yes.
Not a response to that, it's a follow-up question. Did he leave you with any records and with any financial records?
Well, number one, I wasn't a financial the financial secretary. The person who had the job of financial secretary resigned. So, but I'm Terrence, he is a professional, certified public accountant and a lawyer by profession. The financial accounts that Soba put in front of him, he could not sign it in good faith. He could not sign it because the discrepancies were huge, and Soba and Terrence resigned. I was Secretary General. I attended meetings. I took my notes of the meetings and was make sure my term was excellent, and that is why I was able to run for president of Soba DMV and challenge the status quo. He talks about...
Thank you. So, would you vote for candidate Njukang as president if you weren't running?
He wasn't running?
Yes.
No, I think he still has time to learn to become president. It's too early for him. It's too early for him. He needs more experience. Not today. 10 years from now, I will. But right now, no.
And same to you, same question to you, Sobanjuka.
Thank you, and thanks for the compliment. The presidency of Soba is important. The people that have come before us, Dr. Nick Eno, Emeritus Ito, Emeritus Forte, these are people, impeccable characters. Integrity must be number one. Before you vie in for the post of the presidency of Soba America, the premier alumni organization, you have to make sure your integrity and your character is impeccable. Unfortunately, dear Sobans, for those watching me, I cannot say the same of President of Emeritus Ito, Emeritus Ekole. I cannot. And for that reason, I don't think he's qualified to be president of this organization.
Soban Ponjongo, so the question that we want to ask is one you haven't answered yet. What do you love about his leadership style, and what do you dislike about his leadership style?
Well, great question. The issue is, I don't really know because he has no track record for me to even compare. If he had led even his class or his chapter, he would have a record for me to even say, you know what, I like this about him, but he has none. There's no experience. This man ran for president of Soba DMV, and he lost handedly. And what did he do? He blamed me for his loss, even though his campaign committed fraud. Again, fraud. I'm saying that now, I'm not missing my words. Fraud in terms of they had ballots, 18 plus ballots come from the same person, and that had to be cancelled. He lost because he was not qualified. He don't have any record. So I cannot say, I like him as a person. I always tell Jukan, you're a younger brother to me. I have love for you. But as a leader, there's no record for me to go on. You were secretary under me. I had to carry the load for you. I cannot vouch for that because there's no record for me to say, you know what, you did this, and I can go on that. These are facts. I was president, he was secretary. He was nowhere to be found. So there's no record for me to say that, you know what, based on this, that, and that, I will vouch for him as, you know. So there's no record for me to go on to say, you know what, I like something or dislike. As a human being, he's a nice guy. But as a leader, he has no experience.
1 minute to respond.
Well, Soba Ekole talks a good game. But this is what I'm going to tell you. You say I wasn't present as SG. But on this stage, there's one person in Soba DMV that got the award of the most dedicated Soban in Soba DMV, and that is me. Amen. One person. They don't give you an award of the most dedicated member because you don't attend meetings. They don't give you an award of the most dedicated member if you're absent. That is because I was engaged, I attended meetings, I supported the chapter, even when I was not an executive. Now that is leadership. On the other hand, this is a man who promised after he left office that he was going to stick around and support. He has not lifted a finger to support President Inoni, Emeritus Ngwa Julius, and now Chief Luma. He promised us in 2019 that he would be a sportsman and support President Forte. He has not lifted a finger. I would give kudos to President Ako Ferdinand, that even though he lost, he held us accountable, asking the tough questions. He disappeared for 6 years. because he ran the election and lost. He came back 4 years later and said, oh, we shouldn't extend the president's term because he wanted to be president. And when it was extended, he disappeared again. And now he's back 6 years later. No engagement, no absenteeism. 6 years later, it has to benefit him. If it's not benefit him, he has no time. You guys can go. What do you think this organization has been doing for the past 6 years, sir? Who do you think has been building this organization for the past 6 years that you want to lead? So when you talk about leadership, let's look at the record.
Thank you. So, Sobanjukang, how will you ensure transparency in the management of Soba America funds?
Right. So let me tell you about what I've done in the past. I own 4 businesses, God willing. And financial management is my expertise, is what I do. You have to create structures. You have to create structures that account for each other. That is how you run an organization. Our organization is set up for those structures. We need a leader that understands the importance of structures. I will make sure that a treasurer is a treasurer, the financial secretary is a financial secretary. On our 5-point plan, we talk about annual audits. If I have the opportunity to serve on May 24th, the first order of day is to order an audit for our books to make sure that we are inheriting a book that is clear and Soba America is part of. We will put out financial statements quarterly on our portal to make sure that Sobans can see our financial books at every point in time. It is my field as a finance guy to make sure that the books are clean. We cannot say the same for Soba Nekole. He doesn't. It is okay for Soba Nekole to say, Sobans that you're watching, Sobans in here, I am sorry that I wrote a check to myself. It was wrong, and I apologize. I'm going to work with the Soban DMV ESCO to return that money. But the idea that he's defending the failure of that procedure tells you that he doesn't understand the importance of transparency. He doesn't understand that the executive branch has to be different from the financial branch, because again, the accountability has to work. It is bad enough for you to write a check to yourself, for you to defend the idea that you don't need to talk to your treasurer to present receipts to the General Assembly. That is wrong. For you to tell the ESCO that you don't have to provide receipts or an account for a 25,000 Wi-Fi plan, that is wrong. To me, that is the most scary thing. You have to understand that you run an organization, financial transparency is important. You must separate the executive branch from the financial branch and let the folks do their job. The idea that his own financial secretary could not rubber stamp the report that he presents, that should be telling to Sobans. An ambassador who is a professional resigned and said, Mr. President, I am not going to sign on this financial report.
Thank you,
that is who is running for Soba America President, and we should not let that happen. Thank you so much.
And Soba Fonjongo, how would you ensure transparency in managing Soba America funds?
Thank you. That's a good question. Again, under my platform BATS, under accountability and transparency, we have several things listed, and some of them includes an audit committee. The idea is that you have audits routinely, so Sobans can trust and know what's happening with your finances. Accountability in terms of and transparency in terms of how we handle and do business is also paramount. And there's something that's important to Sobans, but I want to let everybody know that's important to me as well. Again, there have incidents in the past when you're president of a chapter, you get to be everywhere different times, and sometimes you have to manage different things. So by the end, when I was president, our processes were different compared to today. They were not always what it is today. So things were different then than they are now. So, but I've learned from those experiences. I took those experiences to One Tico United, where we went from 17 members to 360 members. We have raised over $450,000 in the last 3 years and create an association that is bigger and make more money a year than even Soba America. So my point is that we are going to make accountability and transparency the forefront of our administration. Audit, routine audits for Soba America. I'll let the finance department take care of that. I'll let the treasurer and the finance secretary take care of that. Audit, routine audits, and routine audits.
Thank you very much.
Can I correct one falsehood? You know, Soba Nekole made the same claim in Dallas. He said in Dallas that he grew One Tico from 0 to more than 360 members. The same members of Soba America who are part of One Tico came to us and say, under his administration, One Tico has actually dwindled. As of March 31st, which was the final day to register, One Tico had 74 members. So don't lie in front of Sobans, or don't tell mistruth. Wantico, as of March 31st, had 74 members. So when you talk about 360, that is false.
Is that
That
true?
is false.
Is that true, Soban Fonjongo?
This is what happens when misinformation is key on your campaign team. Good example. Is that a member of Wantico United? He has surrogates who are there spreading.
There are Sobans who are members of Wantico. How many members are registered in Wantico United as
No
we speak?
interruptions, please. No interruptions, please.
First point of correction. The registration for Wantico United is still ongoing. It didn't end in March 31st. It ends in April 30th. 360 members. We started at 70 members 10 years ago. We have 360 members today. The registration is still ongoing, and we're going to get to our goal of registered members. So to say that it ended March 31st is laughable because, one, you're not even a member of Wantico United. The person on your campaign who is giving this false information, who claims that they created Wantico United, is giving you falsehoods. That is wrong. We are still doing our registration numbers. Ask those who are there, and we're going to get to that number. We'll be increasing every single year from the time we started. That's why we're able to raise over 400,000 over the last 3 years and carry numerous projects. So for somebody who's not a member of Wantico United, somebody who came to our 2020 convention and pledged $2,000 up to date has not even paid. So has no clue about Wantico United. This is ridiculous.
First it was 74 members. Now we're getting
Is
there.
that true? Have you paid the $2,000
I
pledge?
told him. I said, in as much as they send you
It's a yes or no answer.
to collect that money or not, because I don't trust you. I don't trust you.
Okay, so we
But
got
let me tell you, I've done more than enough for Tico, but for you, send the treasurer of Wantico United, and I'll fulfill that pledge.
So I
Have
think
no
we got
problem
the
with that.
direct answer there that
you.
he hasn't paid. And Soban Fonjongo, have you given a clear account of the records from your chapter when you were president?
Yes,
and
so
a
I-
clear account on the records about the internet internet project in Sasa College?
So on the internet project, let me just do this because I think he's giving misinformation right here. And it's sad because being that he was the Secretary General, he should have this information. They've been saying that we raised money and the money disappeared. But let me tell you guys, I don't know if I have enough time for this. It was not an internet project, to be clear. It was a Wi-Fi and desk project. So let's separate that. You cannot execute a project where you don't have the money. We started the project fundraising in 2017, June. We did the Father's Day event. During that event, we raised $14,000, right? We had expenses of about 7,000. We had a net of about 7,400. With outstanding about 4,000, we had a plus of about 3,000. 4 months afterwards, we went to the mini convention. That was the fundraising for the project as well. During that time, we had about 8,000 in our account. We raised about 25,000. We spent 15,000 as expenses. 11,000 of that came from my pocket. So you guys are aware. 11,000 came out of my pocket. We had a net of 10,000 and outstanding of about 9,000, which outstanding pledges that we have not collected. So we went to the next year with our Father's Day event. We were going to do that project, but then we needed Sobans to come and support us. But we did the event, we didn't make enough money for us to carry the project. We said after the convention in 2019, we're going to carry that project. But the problem is the money we raised and what we have outstanding did not permit us to carry that project. That's why that project has not been done, and they are aware of that. His financial secretary, who is his campaign manager, has those records. He knows about them. But because it's campaign season, he makes it seem like nothing was done.
Thank you, thank you. And another question for you begin this time. Have you ever made a financial decision you regret while in leadership?
Yes, again, being president, those who know, like 10 years ago, Soba was different how we lead chapters. Emeritus Adrian could tell you, I'm sure President Sly could tell you, you as president, you make the convention in 2019. People try to talk about this check thing. In Soba DMV, I put out 35,000 of my personal money to grow Soba DMV. During that convention, I reimbursed myself for about 6,000 of the expenses that we had. The treasurer was aware, he couldn't get to him. So hindsight, I could say that the process was not the best, but it was nothing wrong what I did, but I could have done it differently. But it was simply a matter of us reimbursing Just like he got reimbursed for that convention for using his life to buy alcohol. Everybody else got reimbursed. I got reimbursed for those expenses. So, in hindsight, I could say, you know what, hey, I could have done it differently, but there was nothing done that was not, with the report, what the report says, it shows everything that was done. They have it, they can check, it's traceable, and that is easy.
So let's talk about the report, because I have the report here. This is a report for the convention that Soba Nkole talks about. It's a report that is marred with financial mismanagement. This is the official Soba America report for 2019 DMV convention. Soba Nkole says the convention made a profit. It is false. The convention made a losses of 10,000. Of 11,953. It was the largest convention, but it suffered a losses of 11,593. Now let's go more into the details. If you look at those details, 10,000 was contributed as donation. A further 10,500 was contributed as absentee ballots because it was an absentee was an election here. In standard financial record, those two things are not added as revenue for that convention. If you take that too, that is a potentially 30,000 loss convention. 30,000. On top of that, if you go further to the details, you have the record here where the president of Soba America says there was 20,000 that he spent that was unapproved. Large expenses that was unapproved. This is not my fact. This is Soba America, our guiding document, right? 20,000. So if you put that together, we're talking about 50,000. That is similar to only the losses in a convention that we suffered under his current vice president, Soba Mbokosa. So with these two candidates, you are looking at 90 to 100,000 in losses that we have suffered in under 6 years. And he stands here and tells us that he doesn't have a financial decision that he has regretted. That should tell you everything about what you need to know about this ticket.
Let me correct that. I think he said he has some things that he has regretted in his financial history. And he plans to change that. Did I hear that?
Yes,
right?
yes.
I think he did. Okay, so...
Can I?
Yes, please.
Can I piggyback on what he just said?
I have a question for him, and then you will ask me for Soba Njuka. Is there any financial decision you have regretted while in leadership, a financial decision you made?
Yes. Not in Soba, but in a private life. After I opened my first business, Spectrum Lounge, 6 months later, we launched into another business and bought a bar called the Ray Bar and Grill. All the economics checked in. Good location, student town, and it was perfect. But what we failed to understand was the purchasing power of the customers. It was a smaller region. Students don't spend more than $20 when they go in. And even though we did everything right, the business does not pick up because, again, we failed to understand the purchasing power of our clientele. And that was very important for us. We had the students, but there was no space to put them. So because of that, we couldn't make profit of the business. Come pandemic, we shut down that business and moved over to other stuff. That taught me to understand that even a perfect business plan has mistakes. You have to think through, you have to talk to people, you have to look at forces that a business plan cannot capture. How does that translate into Soba America? Our spending has to match revenue. It is time for us to look at our conventions as a profit-making venture. And if I have the opportunity to serve, that is, with lessons like that, that is what I'm going to do for all of our conventions. If we are going to Michigan or to Houston or to Minnesota, how do we make profit in this convention? It is time for Soba America to stop making losses in our conventions.
And we will continue with you now on the question, because that was a rebuttal from you to him. How do you plan to prevent past convention losses?
Can I rebut to what he said before answering?
Thank you. That's a good question.
I'm coming to you and you have the time to respond to that and you'll answer this question.
What was the question?
How do you plan to prevent past convention losses from recurring?
That is true. So that is a good question. I think the first thing is you have to learn from history. One of the mistakes that were made in an organization is we are looking at conventions the same at all levels. You have to look at conventions as an independent entity. If you are going to Soba Dallas, you know that you're going to spend $100,000 because you can raise $200,000. If you are going to Soba DMV, you're going to spend $100,000 because you can raise $200,000. But if you are going to Arizona or Minnesota or in California, Those are metropolitan areas that are broad. You don't have the capacity to sell the amount of tables and do the things that you want to do. So why spend 100,000 there? You wouldn't have 600 people. You would have lesser amount of people because it's far. The towns are not concentrated as Atlanta, Houston, Dallas. So we have to look at conventions independently. The problem we made in Arizona is that we viewed Arizona through the eyes of Dallas. If we spend 100K in Dallas, we spend 100K in Arizona. But the difference was Dallas was a metropolitan area that we could raise money from. It is dense with our customers or with our clientele. So we could sell 40 tables. We could not do that in Arizona. Number two is we have to move away from this fixed amount of a $3,000 table. You know, we have to give different options, 1,000, 1,500, 2,500, 5,000 even, and so that we can broaden the scope, include more Sobans, and say that they can have different benefits. And that is what I'm going to pledge. So number one, look at our conventions independently per the city. What are our projections? Investments must drive revenue. And number two, let's broaden the scope to make sure that we can include more people. But it starts with the mindset. It's a business mindset. It's a business mindset that in this convention I have to make profit, and how do I make profit? So you put in place practices that will help you make profit.
So Ban Fonjongo, while you answer this question, before you do, you have 1 minute to respond to what he initially said before we got this question, and then you will answer this question. And if you need me to repeat, I will repeat.
Yes, fellow Sobans, again, this right here shows you lack of leadership and not knowing what you're doing. For a man who was Secretary General for 4 years, doesn't really know that Soba Jerry had a convention report that was given to national, and he's showing national report. It's disturbing. For him to say that absentee ballots and donations, you can take them out of a report, as if those things are not part of every convention, you still will have a problem. We have a problem. If this is the man, you want to be your president, and he doesn't understand that donations and absentee ballots are part of convention revenue, Houston, once again, we have a problem. This cannot be your president. This is lack of knowledge and basic thing when it comes to leadership. These are basic stuff that is in every single report in Soba America. These are expected. For him to say that, Houston, once again, we have a big problem.
So how do you plan to prevent past convention losses from recurring?
So the good thing about Juka I like is the fact that he's a good learner. He's been learning from me, but he's not going to tell you guys that. And I've been teaching him over the years. In Dallas, I showed him the ropes, how we do the convention. So I'm glad you were able to copy that and say that today. I guess you were ahead of me, but again, I'll keep the same format. And I speak on experience. I'm not speaking because I'm just talking. I've led One Tico United. We've been making over 100,000 for the last 3 years. How do we do that? It's our format. It's a matter of bringing that same format to Soba America. It's about affordability. Having $3,000 for all the tables doesn't make any sense. We have to have table tires, 3,000, 2,500, 1,500, and make conventions a way where it's about affordability and profitability. Now, not every single chapter can be profitable in Soba America. We could give them mini conventions, but make the conventions in places where we are sure of making money. We are out to make money, not to lose money. By us making conventions a thing of profitability and affordability, having different levels of tables, bringing artists to our conventions, marketing, promotion, those are the things that you do. And I say this because I have experience in doing that. Between myself and my VP candidate, President Nabokosa, we've organized 11 conventions. And guess what? All of them were profitable. One Tico United, for the last 3 years, we're making $100,000 every single year. The most it's ever made, we'll talk about, was 70,000 once. So there's no comparison. I have the experience. I have the tested experience. I have the backing to prove that whatever I say, I've done it and I can do it. My good friend over here, on the other hand, he's just been learning for 10 years as a PRO. Again, like I said in Dallas, and again on me, he's just been a messenger for 10 years. End of story.
Thank you. And to both of you, this question. A few years back, Soba America decided to spend less in the school when necessary and do more for Sobans in America. Will you go back to asking Sobans to make contributions and donations during conventions for fundraiser as we traditionally did before those changes were made, where we got to the point where our conventions, we were no longer asking people to donate funds. They were only paying their convention levies?
Please ask the question again.
Yeah, ask again, sorry.
One more time. Prior to us stopping fundraisers during our conventions, we decided that we were not going to do that anymore because we did not want to tax Sobans again. And we wanted to concentrate on making life easier for Sobans. Now our conventions are resulting in losses. Will you go back to taxing Sobans to raise funds in our conventions?
Yeah, can I go first? Definitely. Again, the thing about life is you have to learn, if something is working, you use it. If it's not working, you change it. We have Sobans in Soba America who are able to provide us, donations in our events. So I don't see it difficult for us to ask Sobans to donate for our causes, as long as we have causes that Sobans believe in. And again, we have to go away from this belief that it must only be Sobans. We have to reach out to the community and ask non-Sobans to come and support us and our initiatives. It cannot be only Sobans. We have to reach out to the community, our friends, our family, and business partners, whatever. We have to reach out to them. Partnership with government organizations, NGOs. Those are ways for us to be able to raise funds, but there's nothing wrong with asking Sobans to raise money. I'm sure President Sly here can give us 3,000, 2,000 at the next convention if he wants to. But if it's up to him, no, I'm saying it's up to him. If it's up to him, we cannot limit Sobans to give. So definitely, I will go back to that option. Let the Sobans decide how much they want to give, if they have to give. We have Sobans who are doing really well. I'm sure Mr. Aston here can give us 2,000, 3,000 if he wants to, but let's give him that option to do that. So for us to take that away, as much as I understand the fact that we're trying to tax them, but then it should be something that Sobans are willing to do, but we should focus more on the community and our business relationships with the community to raise those funds.
Thank you. Same question, Sobanjuka.
Thank you very much. I think one thing should be clear. We have to change the way we do business. We really have to change the way we do business. The time for us to support SASE or the students in SASE without the folks down there doing their own part, I think we have to think about it, and it's over. We have to hold SASE administration accountable. For every support that we provide them, we have to stay strong. It's what we've been doing in the past has been excellent, but they can at least do the bare minimum to maintain our institute. That is not too much to ask. And I think it should be Soba America's position to hinge all of our fundraising activities, at least as a body, to a simple premise that we're going to support you in SASE, but have a skin in the game, a little skin in the game. Take care of that institute because it's our institute and it's your institute, number one. Number two, how do we change the game is, Sobans have been carrying fundraising for far too long. Sobans are burdened with that. And that is why on day one, my promise is to make sure that we can run and own our own business. We have to find alternate source of money or revenue for Soba America so that we can lighten the burden of Sobans. We have to phase out the idea that every project that we carry, Sobans have to carry it. It is not difficult to own a banquet hall. It is not. We have the minds, we have the brains, we have Sobans we can do it. We just need that vision and the discipline to achieve that. That is a project that will bring anywhere between 200,000 to 300,000 annually to Sobans, to our organization. Then we can do anything we want to do and support SASE and support the students and support as much as we can. But the truth is this. For you to determine who can do this, you have to look at their past. You have to look at the folks that have made promises and have been able to achieve it. I led an organization called the Friendship Circle. Together, we raised more than 70,000 and managed a body of more than 100,000. We shipped 2 containers, supplied medical supplies and medical beds to 50 hospitals and more in Cameroon. That is my record. On the other hand, we have an individual who promised us for a Wi-Fi project. As I speak to you now, Soban Benzik, there is no one optic fiber in SASE. The students in SASE do not have internet. So how do you go in front of donors and ask them for more money? Credibility is important. Thank you.
Any response to that?
Yeah, again, I want to remind you guys, when you watch this debate, just pay attention. There's two things you're going to observe. There's a leader and there's a salesman. I'm not a salesman. I'm a straight shooter. I'll tell you exactly what I do and how I'm going to do it. I have the record to show on what I've said. From Soba DMV to Wantico United. Again, the amount of money we've raised is indisputable. 2 years ago, we're in Houston. I had a fundraiser here. Soba Everything Kete, he was there. You know, you guys saw what we did. So I have the record to show that what we're able to do and what we can do. One thing I'm thinking about Soba America is for us, again, I agreed to have a convention hall, but I'm thinking big. I talk about a credit union, and this man thinks it's a impossible dream. Fellow Sobans, we've done the research, it is doable, and we're going to get it done. Right in front of me, I said we're going to get to $500,000 annually in Soba America. Fellow Sobans, I'm going to pass this around to you guys. Take a look at it. Look at the possibilities, how we came to this number and how we're able to achieve it. Once again, Soba America, our vision is simple, to get to 1,000 Sobans and $500,000 annually in revenue.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So now we'll move on to another section, and this section focuses on NEC, governance, and elections. First question, and this is for both of you. There are rumors that there is a NEC candidate amongst you. Which one of you is it? Is it you or is it your opponent?
Is it going to me first?
I'll take the question. You see, Sobanekole, I know it's campaign time, and you can spin anything you want to spin. Number one, what he calls NEC is actually our board of directors. Those are the people that hold the executive branch accountable. But he wouldn't respect them because, again, he is always a one-man show. So he has total disregard and disrespect for NEC. And if he wants to disband NEC when he becomes president, if he becomes president, that is his prerogative. But an organization like ours needs a board of directors to check the presidency. So that if you want to write yourself a check for $5,000, you should go to the board of directors and say, this is how I want to spend that money. He talks about support for NEC and that I have a lot of support for NEC. But as we speak on this stage, I've had support across the board, young Sobans and older Sobans. His classmates, his own classmates have endorsed me many times over than him. That should tell you. The people that know you the most in this room are your classmates, are the people you slept with in St. Martin's and St. George and St. Augustine's. But his classmates have come out strong to support me because they have worked with him. They know he's not credible. They know his accountability sucks. They know he has no iota for respect and transparency. So he can parade that the support that I have, both are younger Sobans and older Sobans, it is the establishment. Well, I embrace it because there is value in having experienced people seeing experience in you and thinking that you can lead. I think it is an important virtue and I embrace it. Experience matters, and if I have folks that endorse me because of that experience, that is the partnership that I need and the kind of support that I need.
So are you the NEC candidate?
I wouldn't say I'm a NEC candidate, I'm the candidate of the people. I'm the people's candidate.
Again, there are rumors that one of you is a NEC candidate. Are you the NEC candidate?
Definitely not. But I want to say, I have love for this man. You know, I'm trying not to really go there because, you know, but he thinks he's Forte Bertrand. He's trying to be Forte. I don't know why he thinks he's, you know, President Forte, or you keep trying to like. Again, I want to remind you.
That's a good compliment.
President,
Thank you.
No, you think you are.
I appreciate it.
He was president, a good president because he had experience. You don't. In 2019, I ran for Soba America president. I said to revamp NEC. Dr. Nicky is a member of NEC. I was a member of NEC. I just feel like NEC is not the way things are done. It doesn't serve Soba America. On my platform under BAT, I said for transparency, we need the VP to be a speaker for NEC so they can let us know exactly what they do so Sobans can have trust in them. So definitely, I'm not a NEC candidate. This man said that my classmates, plural, are endorsing him. Let me tell you what's happening. I have 41 classmates in our forum. 3 have endorsed him. You know how they did? They were coerced and forced by one of his surrogates to endorse him. The same people that endorsed him called me and said, man, I was told by this person to endorse you. So don't believe all the endorsements on the forum. Those things don't matter. We don't do endorsements because you know why? We are confident of where we are and how we're going to win. He can claim all you want, my classmates. 3 out of 41. 3 out of 41 have endorsed him. And they only endorse him because one of his surrogates forced and coerced them. When we called him out, you see the endorsements have stopped, right? You see any on the forum lately? They've all gone. So Sobans, again, I'm not a NEC candidate, but I'm going to work with NEC. I cannot run Soba without NEC. But I just feel like NEC has to be more transparent with Sobans. Sobans have very little trust in NEC. That's why in my platform I said this vice president should be the speaker and spokesperson for NEC. So you can let Sobans know on a routine basis what NEC is doing, what decisions they make, and how they vote. Sobans need to know. When you vote somebody in NEC, they need to know. And NEC should not be something where you automatically get there. You should deserve the right to be NEC. So to answer your question, I'm not a NEC candidate. He is. I'm a candidate for the people.
Has any of his classmates endorsed you as candidate?
Yes, privately. I told him not to go on the forum because I don't want him to have issues with his friend. But yes, I have 3 of them that have endorsed me, but I'm not going to tell you that. Again, our plan is not to do endorsements on the forum. They don't move the needle. I could tell you several people that have endorsed this man on the forum that have told me that they're going to vote for me. They only endorse him because they were coerced and they were forced to endorse him.
Soba, can I respond to that? You see, for you to say, 45 years old and 50 years old fathers with husbands are being coerced, I think it's disrespectful to Sobans, and I hope you can retract that at some point.
No.
For you to say my classmates have endorsed you, that is embarrassing, and I've endorsed you privately, sir, please. But you question my leadership, and let me tell you about leadership. He says the only person that have been president of Soba America are folks that have been chapter president. That is false. Soba Nick echoed that saying be one of our greatest Soba America president was never a chapter president. Soba Sen Wongenwo was not a chapter president. I can match my leadership or my record against any previous chapter president, and I'm going to be on a solid footing to run for this office and win this election.
Thank you. So, Soban Ponjongo, back to you. What changes do you suggest for NEC? Give us concrete changes, if you can list.
So the first thing is about transparency, and is in our decision making. Is to have Sobans be involved in that decision making. In 2019, you guys saw NEC was a big issue. I have a simple, very simple and honest solution to that. They keep saying I want to disband NEC. No, I'm never doing that. I'm never doing that. We need them. We need them. It's simple. I've proposed under my platform that the vice president of Soba America should be a speaker and spokesperson for NEC, just like you have the Congress. He should be able to let us know exactly what NEC is doing, what decisions they make, and how they vote. Sobas need to be able to trust NEC that they're representing them. So it's a simple solution. The vice president of Soba America, who will be President Sona Bokosa, will be the one to be the speaker and spokesperson for NEC. So he gives us routine information, minutes, about how NEC does business, how they vote, and the decisions that they make. It's just that simple.
Thank you. And Sobanjuka, any changes? What changes would you propose for NEC?
So first of all, let's define what NEC is. NEC is made up of the NLT, is made up of chapter presidents, is made up of previous presidents, some of which don't have voting rights. It's made up of the people who are currently leaders of Soba America. I think the onus lies on Sobans, us, to get involved. Because he was a member of NEC because he was president of DMV. I was a member of NEC because I was a member of NLT. The onus lies on us to communicate with our body. The problem here is that we have chapter presidents that do not relate back to their various chapters. And we have to be able to involve the chapter presidents and make sure that they can keep working with their chapters to make sure that the information filters down, or the information that comes up to them is coming down from the chapters from ground up. I think what we have to do is engagement. In my line of business, I've learned one thing. If a policy doesn't work, you have to ask yourself 2 questions. Is it the policy or the person implementing the policy before you go changing the policy? Okay, so we have to ask ourselves, Soba DMV under President Luma, we have all the information when it comes to NEC because he is involved. He will text you 50 times and 100 times. There are other chapter presidents that are not as involved. We have to hold those chapter presidents informed. Is the structure problematic? I don't think so. Is the flow of information, could it be better? I think we have to do that, and we have to push chapter presidents to be more involved and make sure that the information flow functions the way it's supposed to function.
Thank you. So to you, Sobanjuka, how will you promote unity across dissenting factions in Soba America?
The first thing is, when it comes to unity, is about you as a person. The way you carry yourself, your relationships with people, the respect that you have for people, the humility that you carry yourself. The 2019 election was contested. He was my president, but I didn't vote for him. But after that, we've had a very good relationship. The current president, I didn't vote for the current president. But I worked for him as one of the most loyal lieutenants because it wasn't because of an individual, it was because of Soba America. And once you focus on the organization, it's easy for you to transcend whoever is leading. President Noni, we had a contentious election, but I locked hands with him and we went to work. He had a contentious election in 2019 and absconded. Absconded for 6 years because, again, he wasn't president. It's about him. It's about him. It's not about Soba America. 6 years, disappeared. He came to us and said, I'm going to run as vice president in 2019 under the candidate of President Ferdinand Ako. He was under his ticket. The moment he fizzled, and he saw that his personal objective could not be accomplished, he backed out in public. That was the biggest betrayal Soba America has seen on public stage. He backed out on Ako Ferdinand and ran for president. How do you trust a man like that who comes to you, Bendrick, comes to me and say, I would be the vice president? And then the moment he fizzled, he backs out and runs on his own. That is betrayal. That is not loyalty. And with people like that, it is difficult to build unity. People you cannot trust. People that are not loyal. So how do I build unity? In Soba America, number 1, I start by being trustworthy. My word is my bond, regardless of what pendulum it swings. Number 2, I work for the organization and no man. Whatever Soba America needs to do to move forward, that is what I do. I've shown that under President Forte. I have shown that in different capacities, and that is what I'm going to continue to do.
Thank you very much. And then the same question goes to you, Soba Fonjongo. How will you promote unity across dissenting factions in Soba America?
First, I want to respond to exactly what he said to answer the question. It's interesting you brought that up, but this is somebody who just a couple of days ago just threw his own team, NLT, under the bus concerning Soba Canada, just a couple of days ago. Because when you try to win votes, you become a different person as opposed to who you are. Just a couple of days ago, he just threw the whole NLT under the bus because he's trying to win votes. President Ako and I, we talked about this. It's nothing new. We had this conversation before that. It wasn't something I did on my own. It was something that I talked to him about, and we did it. Talking about abandoned fellow Sobans, when President Forte became president, he would tell you, I was calling him whenever he did something good, appreciate him whatever he did. We talked on several times. I just had a difference with him when it came to that extra time they gave him. End of story. It's just that simple. He's never called me for nothing, and I did not show up to help him. Let's get that straight. I'm a guy who unites people. I've done that from Soba DMV to One Tico United. That's been my history. It's simple. When I lost the election, I work with whoever wins. When I win the election, I work with whoever loses. I've done that. With JM Fominki in Soba DMV, after he lost, we worked together. So I'm somebody who reached out to the other side. That's how we're able to grow Soba DMV from 35 members to 200 members. That's how we're able to grow One Tico United from 17 members to 360 members, because I'm a United. I bring people together. Everything I touch, it's not being brag, everything I touch turns to gold. I have a record of that. Everything I touch turns to gold. I have a record of that. I'm somebody who brings folks together. I'm a people's person. I get from everybody. Dr. Jabo, yes, always throwing jab at me all the time. But we are cool. I have respect for him. That's the kind of person I am. That's the kind of person I am. I bring people, I love people. And because I have communication with people, even my good friend right here, we have a very good relationship. Despite whatever happens, I'm somebody who looks at the human relationship and communicate with folks, and then bring, because again, Sober America is bigger than him and me. It's about us. So I value us as opposed to me or him. Thank you.
So to both of you from the same chapter, we've heard from other chapters that you had an agreement that only one candidate will come from your chapter, and that candidate will be endorsed by your chapter. And we happen to have two candidates from the same chapter today. Can you both explain to us your understanding of that rumor and clear the air for it? We'll start with you, Soba Fonjongo.
Yeah, so first thing first, that is false. In 2018, when I was president, we did the bylaws. And the bylaws said to run for office for Soba DMV, you must have attended 50% of the meetings. In 2020, after I left, after the 2019 convention, because myself and JM Fomiki ran and we lost, we did the bylaws, and the stipulation was that, hey, if two members of the chapter were to run, they encourage them to come together, do a primary, so the chapter can unite behind somebody. And that law said that whoever decides not to follow that rule is able to go and run for national. It was not binding. Now, after I left Soba DMV, I was away for work because of COVID. I was traveling. So when I came to run, they tend to use that clause, even though the clause was for Soba DMV elections, not national elections. They tend to use that clause to put me out of the game so they can coronate my good friend. Honestly, when I tried to challenge the game, the rule, they said I'm bullying them. His own, I'm not going to call his name, one of his close people put a phone call, talked to two of his members. Hey, why are you guys so scared of Bose? Why don't you let him run? You know what they said? We cannot take the chance for him running. Bose runs, like, with Soba DMV, we cannot take a chance of Bose running with him, and then he loses. Fellow Sobans, I could tell you this today, any day, anytime. If I ran that DMV primary, this man will never win. He knows it. That's why they were so scared, and they tried to make it so that I don't run. Pretty much it was weaponized, so he can be coronated. So there was nowhere in the bylaws that says DMV will endorse a candidate. They're just making that up so they can push his candidacy to Soba America. But guess what? We are here today. You could have dodged that all you want, but we're here today. So that clause you're talking about, it was weaponized. It was weaponized. I was the president of Soba DMV in 2018, and I was part of that committee in 2020. So no matter what was done, that was not what they say it was. But guess what? We are here today.
And over to you,
Thank you very
Sobanjuka,
much.
same question.
The facts always remain the facts. So the great state of Soba DMV know this very well. I know they are watching and they are excited about this moment. He told you that that clause was put in place not under President Julius or not under Chief Luma. He said we may weaponize it. It started under him. It started under him. He put in place that clause, and it was clear that if you want to run for office for Soba DMV and Soba National, it's eligibility to run for office. There are two things you have to fulfill. And these things are basic. Number one, you have to be registered. And number two, you have to have attended at least 50% of the meetings. That is basic. Do you think somebody should be the president of Houston, Sobansly, without attending meetings? Without being registered? It is not too much to ask for a candidate, ask that from a candidate. And it was done 3 years before primary time. Fast forward 3 years later, the primaries came. And the executive went into the books and said, what are our records? What are our eligibility? They looked at it. Is a collect registered? Yes. Is Jukan registered? Yes. Excellent. Let's look at engagement and attendance. Out of 10 meetings in the past 12 months, I had attended 10 on 10. The one that did not attend, I was in Cameroon representing Soba America for Soba America Day. Out of 10 meetings, President Emeritus Ekole had attended 2 meetings. 2 meetings. He says he was out for work, but he was busy attending TICO meetings. He was attending every event that he was in the DMV except for Soba DMV meetings. He cried foul. They created an independent electoral committee. His own representative came there and said the law is represented properly and you are not eligible to run. On the day of election, they gave him a courtesy call. He stood up and said, Sobans, if those that are supporting me abstain from this election, do not vote for Njukan Assam. I woke up and I told them that nobody should ever tell you not to exercise their right to vote. And you should vote in this election. 3 people abstained, and 56 out of 59 voted for me to be the voice and the face of DMV. That has not changed, even though it doesn't preclude him from running at the national stage, but the record of Soba DMV is a record. And as of now, there is one person that Soba DMV had endorsed to represent the chapter, and that is me. And I'm humbled, and I thank DMV for that vote of confidence.
Thank you. And so the next question is yours. How much time do you have available for you to put into the management of Soba America and running the affairs of Soba America?
Excellent. My record can tell you the time that I have. I think Sobans will agree that I'm one of the most available Sobans across. You will see me in every event. You will see me in the conventions. You will see me in wake keeps. I fly to 2 towns at a time. I've had the opportunity to represent an organization, even in Cameroon. I was there for 4 days, 2 years in a row. That is my availability. As a businessman, I've been fortunate to grow my businesses in a way that I have very strong management, extremely strong management, extremely strong structures. I don't have to be there. I could be in every city or any city any weekend of the day and during the week. And the flexibility that I have, the availability that I have is a resource for Soba America. As I run for Soba America, I pledge to give my time for the next 4 years if I have the opportunity. That is on the weekends or on the weekdays, because my business is very independent. It is self-funded, it is self-running, and it's on solid ground. And so to your question, 100% of my time would be dedicated for Soba America. On the other hand, I don't know if he can say the same. 1 second, I think this is important. He has a full-time job. He has a full-time job as a nurse.
Thank you.
He has to be able to go to work. He also manages 1 TICO.
Thank you.
He also manages 1 TICO, and I think you have to look at the reality. How do you manage a gigantic organization like Soba America? You manage 1 TICO, and then you still have a full-time job. It is not realistic, and I think that availability is going to be limited.
We have
thank you very much.
Questions for that, so when we say thank you, please, we would like you to cut it up, round it up, so that we can follow the format. And so I'll give you a chance to respond to the claim that he has made, that your job takes you away from Soba America.
Yes, fellow Sobas. Hey, guys, pay attention. I want you guys to pay attention.
And before you answer that, I just want to add that, it was heard as well that, your job took you, and you made mention of it as well, that you had to travel for work and it affected your time in your chapter.
Yes.
Do you still do the same job is the first question?
I still do.
Okay, and how will that influence your work?
I want to answer that question, but let me respond to what he said. And I want to take note of what he just said. I want you guys to pay attention. This is why we keep saying that this thing about elitism in Soba America is a textbook example. You hear what he just said? That the thing that will limit me from running Soba America is because I have a job. I understand he's a businessman, and all thanks to that, we respect, we love that. But I'm proud that I'm somebody who has a job, a 9-to-5 job. I've been doing that I've been saving life for how many years? I love what I do. It's an honor to do that. So to mention that the job that I do is going to limit me to Soba America is quite, those of you guys has jobs, you'll see exactly why this is a problem. Again, I've been a Soba America ambassador, Soba ambassador. I've been able to have my time, go to Soba UK convention, Soba EU convention, Soba 84 convention in Cameroon, 85th anniversary in Cameroon, Soba 2003 convention, Soba 89 convention. I've been a Soba ambassador. I have a job that I do, but it doesn't stop me now from running Soba America. I run Soba 1 TICO United. We don't have meetings for what he said. Like you guys do, we have meetings via Zoom. I could be in Guantanamo Bay, I will still host a meeting with 1 TICO United. It doesn't stop me. So to answer your question, yes, I have the time to run Soba America and run 1 TICO United, because guess what? I am very capable. That's what it is. That's what separates me and him. He had to resign from what he was doing because he's not capable. On the other hand, I have broad shoulders. I can do it. Soba America will be the easiest job I have to do. I'll tell you guys that. I don't mean this to be a joke. Soba America already has structure. I'm not building. I'm just growing. It's simple. It's easy. Once you go in there, I had to build from scratch. With Soba GMB, I had to build. So those ones are even more difficult. With Soba America, I don't have to build. There's a structure I just have to follow. All I got to do is grow. Grow the association to 1,000 members and $500,000 a year annually. So that's what separates me and him. I can do these things together because I'm able to. On the other hand, he cannot do it because he's not.
Thank you. And we have one final question before we take our break.
Am I able to respond to that?
We have one final question before we take our break, and you can use your time for this question to chime in if you would like to. Will you publicly accept and endorse the outcome of this election? Over to you.
Definitely. Without doubt. That's not even a question. Whatever happens on May 24th, if I'm the one who's president or if it's him, I will shake his hand. Congrats. If you need me to work with you, I'll work with you. This is bigger than me and him. It's Soba America. If I was running because of myself, I would not be here. But definitely, like I did in 2019, when President Forte won, I gave him my support. Congratulated him. Went about my business. I'll do the same thing. If he wins, I'll support him. Easy. It's not even a question. And again, if he wants me to work with him, I will do that. I would definitely do that. So the answer is yes.
Thank you. Over to you, Soba.
Yes, the answer is yes. Whoever wins this election, we stay as one Soba family, and we got to support each other. And the record speaks for itself. And when I lost against Emeritus Inani, I worked with him. I worked actively with him, not just by words, to build Soba DMV. And we did exactly what we were supposed to do, and I was awarded for that, rewarded for that, as the most dedicated Soban in Soba DMV 2023. That is not words, that is action. On the other hand, it says if he lost, he's going to support. But let's look at his the record since he lost. Where has he been? In 6 years, Soban Bendrick, where has he been? So words are easy. It's easy to accept an election, but we need more than that. You need to stay engaged. You need to stay involved. Because to build an organization is not just words. It's not just words. It's action. It's you being present. It's you holding leadership accountable. It's you offering your time, your service, your resources to support the organization. I can speak on that record. Unfortunately, Soba Nekole cannot claim that record.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. You've done well. And to our audience, thank you for your patience. We're taking a 15-minute break, and we will be back to continue. I think it's 10 minutes break. 10 minutes break, and then we'll go back.
Good job.
Only disrupt the. You wanted to disrupt the whole. Just for export. You want?
Only export we make man knock drum so. Now you can finish a small beer with a man. Oh.
The man there.
Come.
The man will start to drunk him all time.
Oh, close and strong. Oh, close and strong. Eh? Let's take one over there. You want your grand family?
No, but I'm not sure no. I'm not sure over there. I'm not sure.
Okay.
You want me in the video?
No, just to avoid friends.
Rock solid. Chairman, go. Yes.
No, that light,
Yes.
that light, the two shine. I don't know. I bet that's because of light. Light bother me.
Okay.
Light bother me. Yeah, that light too bright.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Sounds good.
Got it.
Candidates, you go on any refill of your water?
If I know about top, no money for the no, I'm a top one.
Rock solid. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seat. Take your seat, everybody. Okay, calm down, everybody. We're about to begin. Shh. Ladies and gentlemen, dear Sobans, our online viewers, we're moving on with the second section of this debate. And just some feedback, we want to let everybody viewing from afar know that, the questions that we have that will come from the audience, some of them were pre-collected, and we made a lot of effort in the Soban community to get as many questions as possible, and we have those. So unfortunately, we may not take some of the questions that are coming in live. Nevertheless, some of those questions are part of what we already see, but we thank you very much for the feedback. Please continue to send, and we get better as we go. Our candidates have taken a break, and we're about to begin the second phase of this debate. Our first question will go to Soban Ekole Fonjongo. What is your detailed plan to raise $500,000 in 2 years?
Thank you, Bendrix. Fellow Sobans, Ako, please help me. Can you pass this across? Please pass somebody pass that. Oh, books, please pass it. Fellow Sobans, thank you, Bendrix. What you have in front of me is a simple and direct answer to your question. It says roadmap to 500K. How we get to it? We got these numbers based on looking at the previous years, doing research, and the potential that we have for Soba America. If you look at it clearly, it tells you. Can I go on for Jukan, please? If you look at it clearly, it tells you where we've been and where we think or we know we'll be in 4 years. It's not Bendrix. It's not 2 years. It's 4 years. By the end of our term, that's what we need to be. $500,000 a year. If you look at what we make, most of our income from Soba America comes from, or revenue comes from membership, President's Club, registration, conventions, table sales, ticket sales, drinks, convention magazine, merchandising, and corporate sponsorships. So based on this simple and clear format is how we're going to get to $500,000 a year in revenue. And we are going to post Sobans tomorrow so they can take a look and see exactly how we plan to do that. Because of time, I cannot get to details, but this is exactly what we have and the roadmap to 500K here.
Thank you. Can you name a few things that may be in there, not listing all because of time? Can you name a few things in that list that are different from what we are already doing?
First is President's Club. The way we have it now is $1,000 President's Club. Based on our platform, BAT, innovation for President's Club is to have 3 different tiers for President's Club. $500, $750, and $1,000. Some Sobans cannot afford $1,000 for President's Club. Some cannot afford $750 or vice versa. But for $500, somebody can get in to President's Club, get to that prestigious club, $750, and those who want to maintain $1,000 can do the exact same thing. So it's a matter of bringing the club, make it more affordable to Sobans. Because a lot of Sobans like the idea of a President's Club, but they cannot afford that. But if you bring it down to a level where they can afford it, that's a unique and very innovative part about BAT that we bring in to enable President's Club to increase membership in Soba America, and to boost our numbers. So the President's Club, for example.
Thank you. That's a good example. Now the question to you about that example is this. If there are different tiers on the President's Club and there's one that is $500 and another $1,000, what is the incentive that will cause someone to not opt for $500 rather than opt for $1,000?
So it's the time. For $500, I think it's 2 years. For $750, 3 years. $1,000 is 5 years, as it is. So somebody who doesn't want or cannot afford $1,000 for 5 years can afford $500 for 2 years. But you have that prestige that you're a President's Club member. We all have different finances and different affordability. It's an option to give Sobans that, it's an idea to give Sobans the option to, okay, I want to belong to this prestigious club. I cannot afford $1,000, but I can afford $500. Maybe next year I can afford $1,000 or $750. It's to break it down so we have different tiers and different options so Sobans can be able to afford that level.
Thank you. And to you, Soban Jukan, is there an amount that you are trying to achieve with Soba America during your tenure? And how do you plan to do so? Give us some concrete facts.
So before I get to that, I just want to praise a rebuttal quickly to this plan. You see, right here, as a businessman, it is trash. It is complete trash, and I'll tell you why. Number one, this entire plan is built on the backs of Sobans. This entire plan does not tell you one statement on how to raise money for us. It is you collecting money, it is you buying tables, it is you buying tickets, and so forth and so forth. It's what we've been doing, and Sobans are tired of that. He talks about the President Club. He is not even part of the President's Club. He's not part of the President's Club. He's been existing for years, things not been concluded into place. He wants to change a plan that he's not even part of it. And the President's Club is a club that is an idea that was brought by Emeritus Nombenkong to invest money into Soba America's future, but at the same time, give the folks that have deeper pockets leverage to register for maybe 5 years or so, while the balance of that amount goes toward investment. He has never been part of that. Now he is proposing options. Sales of tickets, 150 tables. In what planet? He is talking about drinks for 15,000. Even our biggest convention is Soba DMV, a report that he provided. Drink sales doesn't exceed 3,000. Now he is promising 15,000. It is absurd, but it's in the back of Sobans. But this is my point. How do I want to raise money for Soba America? It's not for Sobans to contribute money, it's for us to own and run a profitable business, a banquet hall. It is a simple idea that will bring together revenue of almost 200,000, 300,000. Not 500,000 a year, because that is false. It will be a 200,000 to 300,000, but that will be a substantial program that goes for long.
Thank you. What chapter will get this banquet hall?
Well, that is a conversation that we're going to have. It's not going to be a chapter. It's going to be a state. Because the idea of having a banquet hall has to base where the market is. You're going to look at DMV, you're going to look at Atlanta, you're going to look at Houston, you're going to look at Dallas. You're going to look at the liquor laws of that location. Which one has the best liquor laws, are more liberal? Which one can allow you to close your hall at 2 a.m. or close your hall at 4 a.m. because they're going to be more attractive? You have to look at the zoning. Which city has the best zoning laws that makes us to have a good banquet hall? Which city has the best or the lowest, cheapest leasing rates so we're able to lease? Those are all the things that we as a team are going to come together and say, where is the best place for us to have this banquet hall, that the zoning works for us, the liquor laws work for us, the idea that we can have a banquet hall and just the entertainment laws work for us, and then we work from there. But this is what we know. There is market for it. And if we have a first ever Soba America banquet hall, it's going to be filled every weekend. We're going to raise about $60,000 every weekend, and our net profit is anticipated about $20,000 every month. Every month. And then we can make about $200,000 or more. And that is how we raise money.
Thank you. And you challenged him for not being a member of NEC. Are you a member of the President's Club? Are you a member of the President's Club?
Yes. Yes, I've been a member of the President's Club for the past 5 years. I'm only been a member of the President's Club at least. I have my Soba America suit. He is running for the president of Soba America. He doesn't own a Soba America suit. I want you to think about it. He's running to represent Soba America. He's been a member of Soba America for about 15 years. He doesn't own a Soba America suit. It's like being a coach without owning the jersey of the team. Let's be serious here. Let's be serious for a second.
Thank you.
He talks about finding different uniforms for Soba America. The very definition of a uniform is togetherness. This is what he wants us to look like. Me dressed like this in my dashing Soba America suit, our brand, our logo that is bold and it makes us proud, and he looks like this with a Soba America stamp on it. That is not uniformity, that is chaos, and that is the reflection of his leadership.
Soba Fonjongo would like to hear a response.
Well, fellow Sobans, I want you to pay note of something. You see in front of me here, I've been quiet on the forum, not because I can't talk. It's because I let them, keep tying the noose around their neck with the many misinformation they've been saying. And one of them is that I don't own a Soba America suit. We'll find out later, very soon, if I do own one or not. Again, the idea about this thing about badge of, you come to a debate, you come to a town hall, you go to a convention, you go to a funeral, you wear the same thing over and over again. How does that separate us? My idea is that we have options, a blazer, or change our ties, or change our shirts so we look different at different events. It's still the same thing, but it's different. So again, you guys will find out if I do own one or not. So I don't want to answer his question and go through that, but you find out.
We're going to be proud
Can you,
about
hold on.
Can you tell us it's a simple yes or no
one.
question? Okay.
And again, I've said this before. The only reason why I wear Soba James is because I created that one, and I'm proud of what I created. I didn't create Soba
Well,
America.
you're not running for Soba
No.
president.
I have a Soba America. I just choose to wear. This is Soba America tie, isn't it? You don't buy the tie without the suit, don't you? Do you? It comes with a suit, right? This is a tie. This is a pocket square. I own it. I just choose when to wear it. Real quick, the President's Club. Again, most of us say, I'm not part of the President's Club because most of us cannot afford it. We've not been able to afford it in the past couple of years. Maybe he can. That's why it's part of it. That's why I'm making it affordable for most Sobans who cannot afford it to be part of it. So I'm not ashamed of that. I'm very proud of that innovation. And it's something that's going to boost our membership and increase enthusiasm. He says this is trash. When you take something and you don't even look at it, and you want to just play politics and just run your mouth and say that, this is based on research and based on the numbers, based on where we are and where we can be. And this, fellow Sobans, is achievable, and we're going to get that done within 4 years.
Thank you.
Did I answer the question?
That's it. Thank you so much for your time with that question. All right.
Thank you.
So, Sobanjukan, what would you do to attract and retain younger Sobans in the Soba America fold?
You see, I think my candidacy for presidency in itself has been very inspiring in so many ways. I've had folks that have not been part of Soba America for long being excited to join because I'm running for president. Sobans call me the bridge candidate because I embrace the older Sobans and I know the younger Sobans. So the first thing we're going to do is that we are going to reach out to the younger Sobans. I know their names, I have their phone numbers. We're going to reach out and say, Soba America, what is different from what you think? It's not an organization for just the older folks. You are part of this. I'm one of you, and I have the opportunity to run and hopefully serve as president. You should come join us and engage with us, number one. Number two, Soba America, the younger Sobans are not really joining our organization because some of them have financial hardship. That is why the very first point on our 5-point plan to change and revamp Soba America for good is Soba for Sobans, an organization that works for us, an organization that embraces us. We're going to make sure that we can provide financial support to any young Soban that is serious. And then be careful about this. This is not for every new member. This is for young Sobans like Brian Joseph, who came 3 years ago, and Soba Dallas knew this was a serious man, and they supported him, and today he's part of us. This is for Sobans like Dr. Nguajulius back in the days that was young but wanted to be part of us, and Nobenkong supported him, and is one of us. That is some of the things we're going to do. Number two, we're going to enrich Soba America. I started a business because a Soban spoke to me. I went to Soban, Pierre Kanga of the 84 class. I said, I want to start a business. What do you do? At that time, I was working for the government. He said, young man, the very nature that you've come to me to ask that question, that is 50% success. You keep going. If you have more questions, come for me. He encouraged me, inspired me. We're going to start a Soba America podcast. So if there's a Soban that has a good idea, that can inspire somebody, we want that conversation here first. So we should know that information. We're going to focus on as the SAGI as well. SAGI, a plan that we have and revamp it to make sure it can embrace more people. That is just a lot to make sure we can have many Sobans and young Sobans join and stay with us. That is important.
Soban Ekole, what would you do to attract young Sobans and keep them in the Soba America?
Can I respond to you first, answer the question?
Yes, you can.
So, Houston, once again, we have a problem. When a man comes here and tells you that he's going to start a Soba America podcast on a Soba America TV that has been not making money for the last couple of years, he's out of touch. When he tells you that he's going to give free membership for new members of Soba America, we're in problems. Because what says we have 500 members tomorrow, that's almost $50,000 that we're going to give away. We cannot sustain Soba America like that. It's not possible. That's the antithesis of a bold vision. And that's what BAT is all for, to grow Soba America financially and in numbers. I speak on history. As Soba JV president, guys like him, the current members of the ESCO, younger Sobans, they became part of Soba JV because of me. They are part of the ESCO because of me. I brought them in. I have a track record of bringing younger Sobans to Soba DMV, and I'll do the same in Soba America. One of my platforms is to use class ambassadors, create class ambassadors, where these younger Sobans in your lower classes can be ambassadors to Soba America to help us bridge the gap and bring their fellow classmates into Soba America. So what I plan to do is to use my administration, bring younger Sobans in, put them in a position of leadership and responsibility so they're able to like bridge the gap and then grow Soba America from within their classes and their generations. So I have a history of doing that. We didn't get to 200 members from 35 by just having senior Sobans. We had young Sobas among that number. So I plan to use the same principles I use in DMV to grow and bring young Sobans to Soba America and get them more involved.
30 seconds.
30 seconds.
There again, you see classic Soba Nekole. It's all about him and all about him. What he fails to tell you is that he claims that Soba DMV grew under his administration. I was the SG. Ooh. I can take credit for bringing young Sobans into Soba DMV exactly as the way he can. Okay. But I expected him as a leader to say, under my administration, we grew the organization, and Sobanjukan was instrumental. He didn't know young Sobans. I knew them. He didn't have their phone numbers. I had those numbers. I called them. And after he left office, I continued that feed. Launched Project 200 with President Inoni. What to raise. But again, with Soba Nekole, it's about him, and he will never accord anybody any credit. I just wanted to point that out.
Thank you. 30 seconds.
Again, one of my platform bats about teamwork. Teamwork, teamwork, teamwork. I cannot get this done without you guys. Teamwork, that's what I'm doing. That's what I've been doing for over the years. I might say, I'm talking about the team. Of course, I acknowledge what he did. But I hope that he was able to let us know that as Secretary General, now he's trying to be the PRO as Soba DMV when he was Secretary General. I hope that you're able to let us know or tell us about your record as Secretary General, not for you to increase membership. Your job was to keep minutes and records, which you never did. So the same energy you're using to say that you brought in younger Sobans, which I respect that, and I hope that you have the same energy to tell us about your record as Secretary General when you were under my administration. Thank you.
Okay, so from the way both of you have answered, you certainly would need some assistance in running the association.
Oh, definitely.
How did you come to pick your vice president? So I'll start with you, Soban Ponjong.
Leadership experience. Tested leadership experience. So Nabokosa is over there. Tested leadership experience. One of the best decisions I've made this election, this campaign season, is to select my vice president and my campaign manager, Mr. Anthony Mbwabo. I'm so proud of myself for that. Experience, tested leadership experience. He has it. It's proven. It's been tested. I want to have a vice president when, if I'm not around, Sobans can know that the association is in good hands. We don't want a vice president who has to learn on the job like the president. That's not going to be good for us. We need a vice president who has the experience, has a tested experience to run Soba America. So I made a decision based on that, based on his decision-making, based on his integrity, his experience being a chapter president and having held conventions like I've done, 11 between us, being successful at these things. That's why I based, Soba America is big. We're going to get big. By the time I'm done, we'll have about 1,000 members. We need proven and strong hands to lead Soba America. So that's why experience to me was a key factor in selecting the VP.
Thank you. And I have a follow-up question for you. Your vice president ran a convention. It was successful, but financially it came up with a huge deficit. Wouldn't that be a drag to your administration?
Definitely not.
Replicated.
You have to understand what happened and why it happened. That's why on our platform BATS, we want to change the convention format for affordability and profitability. Some locations, again, based on affordability and profitability, that was one of the best conventions they've ever held in Soba America. But guess what? The numbers were not there. We have to make conventions at locations where we know we can make profit. We're all about making profit, not to look good. I said this in Dallas. We're in the business of making profit, not to look good. We have cities that will guarantee us making money. Those states that cannot guarantee all this money, they can host a mini convention. He had a mini convention. They made over $25,000. It was successful. But again, that was done under Soba, Arizona. If you take away the constraint from Soba America with the chapter, then you realize that Soba Arizona did well, except that, with Soba America, yeah.
Thank you very much. And Sobanjukang, how did you come to picking your vice president?
I am profoundly proud to have worked with Soban Atem Edwin for the past 6 years, and it was a no-brainer for me. In Soba America, out of, I would say, President Forte, the most dedicated and hardworking Soban that I know is Soban Atem Edwin. He is a workaholic. He is an honest man, and he is humble. And I think those are attributes that are crucial for a governance choice. When you talk about accountability and transparency in our organization, there is no better reflection than the person that has managed our books impeccably for the past 6 years. Stainless. Stainless. That is the kind of person that we need to bring in the fold. When you talk about Saji, Dr. Njabo is there. The work that goes into Saji, the headache, he manages it without complaints every day. As St. Joseph's Feast Day Mass, impeccable for the past 6 years. He created that program, he ran with it, and is extremely successful. So Atem Edwin is a representation of one of the best amongst us. And to have him as a vice president, we know Soba America is going to be in good hands. You can go to bed knowing that Soba America is going to move forward with myself as president and Soba Atem Edwin as vice president. We are solid. We have the track record. Our vision is solid. Now, let's look at their ticket. Let's look at their ticket. The president, when given the opportunity to lead and make profit for Soba DMV, what did he do? We suffered the loss of almost $11,000, potentially $10,000 and $30,000 if you take out donations and absentee ballot. And no, sir, if Soba America has been adding donations and absentee ballot to their financial, then that is wrong, and we have to change it. If there is no donation or election season, that will not be part of the revenue. It is wrong accounting process and should be changed. If you take that out, that is $30,000. Let's talk about his vice president. That is $40K that we just registered 4 years ago. This ticket would be the ticket that has given Soba America the biggest loss in history. We're talking about $80,000 to $1,000. And they come before us and ask us to give them the keys to drive the bus back into the ditch. The time for that is over. We are phasing that out, and we are moving the mindset to make profit.
Thank you, Sobanjukang. Please respect our time. When we raise our hand, it means you have to round up.
Yes, Sobanjukang.
As a matter of fact, you can keep that idea on your next question. You can dig into your time and answer it.
I sure will. Thank you very much.
All right, so the next question, we're going to have the following questions. There are just about 4 of them. We want yes or no answers so that we can move on. One of them, we've heard the answer, but we want it for the record. And to both of you, do you own Soba America Blazers?
Yes.
Definitely yes.
Okay. Have you submitted all required leadership receipts to your various chapters for all financial responsibilities that you have?
All the receipts I had from organizing and managing Soba America Day in Cameroon 2 times in a row, absolutely yes. Every financial transaction that I used in managing Soba America TV, absolutely yes. Every financial transaction that I was involved in the DMV 2019 convention in purchasing liquor or whatever, receipts submitted, reimbursements made, yes. My financial record with Soba America is impeccable. My financial record for TFC, the organization that I ran and raised $100,000 and did a lot, it's impeccable.
Thank you.
All receipts that I did for my conventions were sent to Soba America. All were sent. I said to Professor Nkasa, all were sent. There's nothing left for me to send. All were sent. Yes.
Is there any
Can I respond to that, please?
Is there any reason why we still have some rumors that receipts were not received?
Hey, this is campaign season. People will say, again, let me tell you guys, just to give it a good example, so you guys don't believe everything you say. His administration, his campaign, they said that I left the chapter with negative account. Then they said I left with 1,000, in the account. Then they said I left with no money in the account. Then they said I left 3,000 in the account. Which one is it? This man was treasurer.
I wasn't treasurer.
He was treasurer. I transferred over to President Noni. He knows exactly how much we left. For them to give you 3, 4 different numbers, you guys should be thinking about. I reached out to the DMV ESCO. I said, hey, look, give me bank statements of my last 3 years in Soba DMV. You know what they did? They were going around dancing buyer instead of giving me what I asked for. Then next thing I know, one of the surrogates come and say, oh, you know what, boss left 3,000. Meanwhile, you've been saying that he left no money in the account. So which one is it? Is it zero money, negative?
It is both now. It is elected now, and some are appointed by virtue of their status as a chapter president.
So should they be all elected?
No.
Yes.
They should be all elected.
Yes.
So we have the answer. All right, so I think we got your answer. One of you says, Sobanjukang says they should be both elected and appointed.
Correct.
And Sobanfonjongo says they should be all elected. And will you commit to an annual town hall for Soba?
Yes.
Thank you. Now we're going to take a 5-minute break. Please stay seated where you are. At this time, we're going to get questions from the audience, questions from our online viewers, and Soba president of the Soba Houston chapter will move around, and you will be our participants. You will ask those questions.
So I'll be going around and I have questions.
Hey, books. Have a
Thank you very much. We are proceeding. So now, Soba Houston president will go around and take the questions from our online viewers and members participating physically.
All right, guys, before these questions go around, I want you guys to understand that we have sent out some requests for people to send us questions, and we have these questions on paper. So I'll go around. If you want to ask these questions, I'll have you read them from this paper, and then the candidates will answer them. Because these questions were already written, and we have to go follow the rules and go from these questions. Whatever we don't ask from here, and you guys have your own personal questions here in Houston, you can also ask them. But we have to follow the guidelines, go with these questions first before anything else. So anyone wants to read a question, you can raise your hand up, and I'll tell you which questions to read. Let's do this fast, please. You want to read the question?
The next question goes to both candidates. How do you plan to strengthen connections between alumni in the diaspora and those on the ground in Cameroon? That question came from Dr. Fidel Ekundi.
Thank you.
Sobanfonjongo, you can go ahead.
Okay, that's a very good question. I think, again, since Soba has different branches and different chapters, it's very important for us to understand the dynamics between these various groups and to understand how to bring them together. I always said I've been a Soba ambassador because I've been to like different chapters. I've been to Soba UK Convention, Soba EU Convention. I've been to the Cameroon Convention. So by going there, you get to understand what the dynamics are, what their issues, and how to bring it together. On our platform, BAT, our goal to get to 1,000 members and to create Unity Soba America is to create what I call the Colosseum Project, which is using interdoms, MVT, sports to bring Sobans together. The one thing I know we love in SASE is our sports. So by using sports as a medium, we're able to create an environment where we can bring Sobans from different, chapters, diaspora and Cameroon, to connect, in harmony, as brotherhood, as brothers, not in brotherhood, but also to find out what it is that grievances that they have in terms of, okay, those in diaspora, those in Cameroon, what issues they have, how to blend with us, so we can actually institute programs that can bring us together and then move us forward as a brotherhood. But I think the key thing is to use what we believe in commonly, sports, for example, and to kind of build that brotherhood so we can enable trust and unity among us.
So in terms of sports, are you saying we will have soccer games or to play against them, or how would that work?
No. It's great. So for example, the Colosseum Project says use sports as a medium. We have our opens, golf open, tennis open, soccer opens like MVT as an example, using those as a way to bring us together as brothers.
So the question specifically was to connect with the Cameroon, with Sobans in Cameroon. So how would that connection be made?
Oh, through frequent communication with them. I've been to Cameroon several times lately. I've attended several chapter meetings. I've been to their events. So through communication with them and finding out exactly what issues they're facing so we can actually deal with it. It's directly through communications.
Thank you, Soban. Jukan, over to you.
That's a good question, and I think it's an important one as well. You build relationships over time. That's what happens, and then you leverage those relationships to move an agenda forward. One of the things we're going to do, number one, is what is already in place. I told you before, in my experience in business, you have to think about a policy. Is the person in place not working, or the policy is a bad policy, even before you change it? Right now in Soba America, we have what we call the Office of the Alumni, Soba America Alumni Office. And there is a chairman for that, or there should be a chairman for that. We don't have it right now. One of the things we're going to do is to appoint a chairman for that, which would be pretty much like a Secretary of State that represents Soba America in different capacities, being in Europe and being in Cameroon specifically. We are going to fill that position with somebody who's dynamic, somebody who has those relationships, to make sure that we can build our relationship with Cameroon, number one. Number two, I have worked tirelessly over the past years to build relationships with the people that are in Cameroon. The President General, my 2 visits in Cameroon, I met him, we had a good conversation, he knows me, and I share the conversations that we have on behalf of President Forte. The Bishop, he hosted me in Cameroon, I hosted him here. Again, those are all relationships building so that we are able to move an agenda forward in a very friendly way. One thing that the Forte administration did was to build the Office of Alumni in SASE. And that office is supposed to be a medium between Soba America and SASE. Once we go and we do projects, who follows up on that project? That is the reason for that office. So my administration is going to staff that office. And Soba UK, Soba Canada, Soba Nigeria, and Soba organizations can benefit from that office. If they want to, they can pick the tab on it and make sure that we can have a good working relationship between the things that we do here in the US, the things we do in Cameroon, and there's a medium. So we have a structure in place to build that relationship between us here in Soba America and the folks in Cameroon.
Thank you. Next question.
How can Soba help recent immigrants with resources and community support? This question is from Elume Raymond, Soba, Carolina. Again, how can Soba help recent immigrants with resources and community support?
So thank you very much, Soba Elume, for that question. You see, no matter what we do, it keeps going back to the point. Sobans want us to take care of them here. We have to listen to them. That's how you grow an organization, and that is how you keep them engaged. The first point on our 5-point plan is very clear. It's a Soba for Sobans. This is our organization, and we have to make sure Sobans feel welcome and they are enriched. So first of all, that is the mindset. The first thing we're going to do is to make sure that we can provide financial support to the Sobans in need. Extend the hand initiative. By the way, we pay for it by owning a business or running a structural charity organization that we can raise money and pay for it, not on the back of Sobans. It is very important for us to take care of Sobans here. There are people going through hardships. There are Sobans that are listening to us that are going through hardships. They want to know that the president of Soba America sees them, he hears them, and he's doing his best to support them. We cannot ignore that. Some of us in this room are blessed. We must reach out and support. Our plan makes for that. Financial support. Number 2, they said, you can give a man fish, but why don't you teach him how to fish? So we're going to see how we can train Sobans too and assist them in a mentorship program. I've said it before, mentorship is big on our platform. If there is someone that wants to be a pharmacist, we want to pair you with existing pharmacists to show you the hoops. If there's a Soban that wants to be a business owner, we want to pair you with a Soban that already has a business to tell you what to do. You can never underestimate experience. And we have His Royal Highness Fonungala, who is a seasoned immigration officer. Why are Sobans not going to him for free advice or going to him for discounted rates for new immigrants? Those are Sobans that we know. We have Metro Abel Jongo, who is an attorney as well. We should leverage Soba resources and Soba professionals to assist our young folks, and through our mentorship program, we're going to do that.
Thank you.
Got it. Yeah, so I think one of the things that we already have in place, which I'm very thankful for Dr. Forte, President Forte for doing, is the Lend a Hand initiative. That's a very good initiative. You know, it's been helping Sobans, you know, who have been in need, and that should extend to Sobans who's come to America. So that's something we're going to extend. I think we agree on that. It's not something we're going to extend on that. But the focal point of BAT is brotherhood, and that is the idea of looking out for each other and helping out each other. Under our platform teamwork, and this is how we get to this, creating a new IT department, what does that do? We need a database. We need a database to know the data we have, the new Sobans coming in, the various Sobans, what they do. So when a Soban comes in and they have a need, we can direct them to the exact specialty where they have a need for. Like you say, somebody comes and needs immigration help. Based on our database, we know we have this number of attorneys in Soba America, in Houston, Maryland, or Washington, whatever. Having that information, we have doctors, we have pharmacists, we have nurses. Someone wants to go to school, they need advice to do those things. When you come to America for your first time, you need somebody to guide you. And also to have that database, which is why we have to improve and update our website, so we have that information ready. When a Soban comes, we can direct them. Hey, you come to America, what do you want to do? Engineer. Okay, guess what? Where do you live? I live in Houston. I know of Soban H, is an engineer. We direct you to him. It should be simple and easy for us to use that database to direct them based on their need. So I think what we have in plan, creating a new IT department, upgrade our website, build a strong and capable database where it's easy for us to get that information and direct Sobans to where they need the help with.
Thank you. Our next question.
Thank you. Next question is from Reverend Ititone from the Montreal. And gentlemen, it's a great stride to see you attend this. And the question is, how do you intend to integrate the past presidents, which, of course, maybe in a couple of months, one of you will be? How do you intend to integrate them in your programs? Thank you.
And that question again is from Montreal, Canada. Soba America is in Canada, and Soba Canada is part of Soba America, so those people should know that.
So that's a good question. You see, one of the reasons that Soba Dallas has been successful for a long time is because they do exactly that. They integrate their past presidents in our organization. The past presidents stay in Soba Dallas to support and leverage that experience. We haven't had that in the DMV. Soba Nicola was one of the presidents and disappeared completely for 5 years. Let's be very clear. Let's be very clear. It is very important for the presidents that leave with the resources and the leverage that they have to stay within the chapter. The good thing is that the current board of directors, our Soba constitution makes for that, because the past presidents are supposed to be part of our board of directors. As the fees out, some of them don't have voting rights, but some of them do. I think the past 3 presidents. So after the elections, Soba and Dr. Bertrand Forte would stay on as a member of the board of directors, including Emeritus Itoy, and I think one more. And then the others, fees out. So we maintain that rich history. It is very important. We are going to stay with them. We're going to keep them involved. Look at what Forte did with Emeritus Itoy. He kept him very involved, be it in Cameroon, be it in Soba America TV. We're going to follow that the same example. If I have the opportunity to lead, I want to make sure that President Forte stays. I want to make sure that he's there. I'll ask him of his program. He started a Lend a Hand initiative. Mr. President, how can we continue with this initiative that you started? How can you support us? You started Soba America TV. How can you support us to build on Soba America TV? You started the endowment fund. Why don't you own that? It's based on your own story, on how you impacted lives, how you got impacted as a young boy and you want to impact life. Why don't you take on that? We have to stay connected, and believe me when I say we're going to make sure that the past president's support. And by the way, I have a lot of support. My candidacy for president has a lot of support from the past presidents, and I'm profoundly proud of that. And that kind of relationship will make me easy for them to work with me and move Soba America forward. Thank you.
Yeah, first of all, what you said about me not being, I've been reachable. I've been in communication with Dr. Julius Ngwa when he was president, when I was not around, and President Inoni. I've been in communication with them, so I've been reachable. First thing first, if you look at what I just gave you guys, look at this stuff, what I gave you. You look under innovation. It answers the question you just asked me. It just tells you how futuristic we think. This question, the answer is very simple. We broke down the President's Club into 2. The old President's Club, we call the new President's Club with different tiers. And then the old President, we call it a President's Club, meaning that a club for presidents. What is the idea about that? Is that we keep or we bring all past presidents of Soba, chapters or national, into a group where they will be advisors to the current president. That is an innovative vision that we have right here on this. I'm not just talking that because you asked the question. We thought about it, it is there. That is an idea that we thought about. And again, not even that. I cannot run Soba America without the help of the past presidents. The first person I'm going to call, as a matter of fact, I'm going to be at his house after I win the election, is Dr. Forte Bertrand of Carolina, because I need to tap into him, what he has done, and for me to be able to grow, I need his support, and I need his attention, I need his time. It is impossible for me to lead Soba America without him and everybody else. So the idea is that we have a president's club, which is for all past presidents, chapter and national, who are there to advise the current president so he makes sound decisions.
Thank you. 30 seconds.
Question from
to Junkeng Asong. The question reads, as someone who worked in the Soba College administration, what did you learn that you do differently if elected?
Oh, good question. I worked with President Colette for 4 years. So I know of him when I talk about him. There's one thing that I will say today, I will say tomorrow. The people that work with him know, and the people that I work with him in one ticket know. President Colette is incapable of delegating. He is a one-man show. He wants to be the president, he wants to be a treasurer, he wants to be the financial secretary, he wants to do everything by himself. It is a one-man show. If elected president, is exactly what I will not do. That is antithetical to every leadership quality that I have. You must create a structure. You must inspire people and hold them accountable, and then support them to make sure that they can lead in their various roles. You must let the system work the way the system has to work. The financial bench has to be different from you as the president. You should not be collecting money at the door or selling tables and getting cash. You should not have your brother collecting money when you have an executive. You should not be the one writing financial statements when you have a financial secretary or a treasurer. He is involved in that. So inability to delegate is something which I think it is wrong. I think it is poor leadership, and no leader should be able to emulate that. Number one. Number two, credibility. If I had the credibility issues that he has, I would not be running for this office, because I think Soba America's presidency deserves that. The standards that President Forte has put us, a man of distinct qualities and integrity, Soba America should only be for that. A man who till date, as I speak to you, you guys, it will have been on this stage for almost 2 hours now. President Ekole has not still told us that he has provided receipts for why he spent he wrote a check for $6,553 to himself. Let's not forget about that. He has not still done that. Till date, take 3 presidents 6 years later from Soba DMV, they have been asking for their receipts. He has not provided it. He defends it and says he spent his money so he can write himself a check. That is improper. That is poor leadership and should never be emulated.
Thank you. Because there was an accusation, I think we need a rebuttal.
Again, I got to say it many times. The receipts for the 2019 conventions were sent to Soba America, to Professor Ngasa. I don't want to keep repeating myself. This is election. I know we're getting heated. It's campaign. They can do what they want to say. Those facts are what they are. I'm not going to dwell into that. Okay?
Can I respond, please? You gave him time. Let me respond. Yeah. He called President Ngasa's name. This is Professor Ngasa, sorry. This is the statement from President Forte of the 2019 Soba America National Convention 2019, dated September 20th. This is the final statement that we had from the Soba DMV convention based on this report. And it is clear in so many ways. The inconsistencies, ticket sales did not come through. The account receivables did not reconcile. It is clear here that the main issue of this is financial discrepancy. Financial discrepancy. The DMV books have never balanced till date. 20,000 spent on approved have never balanced till date. And that is why Soba America, under the leadership of the new president, President Forte, resulted to a cashless convention. A process which I have sought to protect. Very importantly, some of you know that you see me at the door of every convention, making sure that the cashless.
Thank you. Do you have something to say about the document he's presenting?
That document, again, the thing about this thing is that most of us don't know what happened in 2019. They don't. So he's trying to play politics that they were doing in 2019. That document was sent before we did our final report to Soba America, which they had it. That's why at the convention, mini convention in Soba, Arizona, they gave us a standing ovation for a job well done and the money that we made. Now he's playing politics that was played in 2019 because that is not representative of what we did. But it's funny to see him bring that document and talk about something that he was Secretary General while doing that convention. He says, I don't delegate. Do I have to delegate your job as Secretary General? You know what your job is. This man cannot even produce, and I kid you guys not, he was SG for 4 years. If this man can produce reports, records, and minutes for 2 years out of 4, 2, I would drop out of this race.
Thank you. So can we both agree before we go to our last question from the internet? Can we all agree that the reports, the before and after reports, so you will present the report that you have online for all to see, and the final report that you talked about, you can present it online as well for us to see?
Mine has already been presented. It was sent to Soba America. It's done. I sent them a few weeks ago. It's done. What they are doing...
Soba Bendrick.
Hang on. Because both of you have made the same allegations that you have responded to, can we all agree that you will present this document online, and right after that you will present the other document so that we can see and make our conclusions?
I already presented that document after Dallas Convention, so there's nothing else for me to present. And like I said, it was presented. He talks about
so is that a yes?
The report that he presented has no Soba America letterhead on. That is a personal document. That is not a document for reference. It is like you having a peer review article and we are taking reference from Wikipedia. That is below us as an alumni organization. This is the official report. That is video with discrepancies upon discrepancies from Soba and College.
Let me handle this part. Please follow our regulations. And it's an accusation to you, and I'm giving you a chance to clear it. Is that the document? You can find from internet and resubmit?
Again, fellow Sobans, this election season, people will come here and rile up, try to act and do other stuff. Let's go to the facts. I keep telling you guys, Houston, we have a problem about this man running for president of Soba America. He was a Secretary General, and he doesn't understand and know that a convention is hosted by a chapter with Soba America. The chapter gets a report, sends Soba America, and Soba America puts a final report. He's trying to produce a document that was politically motivated. I know about this document. This document came before we did our final report. This, Mr. Njuka Asson right here, sorry, Mr. Asson, when we did the report after the convention, him, Treasurer Inoni, we were at Howard Community College Library. We did the expenses and everything, receipts were all presented, we checked it and we were good. And I sent it to National. Are you going to say that you were not there? Because I have records of that. Yes or no? I have records of that. Were you there or were you not there? It's a simple question because this man was there when we had the receipt, he did the report, he checked out, we sent to National.
President
and he wants to say that he was not there.
No more rebuttals on
because it's politics.
He asked me a question
no more rebuttals on
politics.
this. No more rebuttals on this matter. No more rebuttals on this.
At the end of the report,
So Banjukan, please follow the rules. No more rebuttals on this matter. What we would recommend is that if we can have both documents resubmitted online for us to see, we'll make our conclusions. We'll go to our next question.
Thank you very much. Actually, this is an interesting question because it follows up with what President Ekole was saying. Last week, you submitted another report. So what was the rationale for you submitting another convention report without NEC approval when there were already 2 reports submitted online?
Sorry, I didn't get the question.
What was your rationale for submitting another report to the Soba GM, for the Soba America Forum, when we already had 2 reports submitted for the 2019 convention? Your report was in a Word document and actually had notes that the reports did not align with what was already submitted to Soba America. Why did you send that report?
No, that report was a report that I sent to Soba America. Let's get that clear. We did the convention based on our numbers.
But it contradicted the other report online.
No, Soba America has 2 reports. We did a convention review with National. The first report came, they sent it to us, we reported it that hey, some things were not right. We reviewed the report and we sent them our final report. So they have 2 reports. That's Soba America. The Soba GMV report that we did, I stand by that any day, anytime, anywhere. If you look at that report, it clearly says what we spent, what we allocated, what we went over and what we went below. It clearly says the unapproved expenses that we gave back to Soba America as credit. It clearly says all the expenses that we did, how they were paid for, whether it was Cash App, Zelle, or check. Those things are all traceable. So that report, I stand by that report any day. They used the report to create their own report. Again, that's why during the community convention in Arizona, they gave Soba DMV a standing ovation for a job well done. They gave us a stand for a job well done. It's because of what we did. So I stand by that report any day. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we've come to the online questions, and we're going to take, in-house questions. And we need to know the number of people who have questions, and after that we will stop. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. That's it, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So we're going to have 8 questions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And that's it. And 1 minute for answers to these questions, and we move on. No rebuttals, just 1 minute, and we would determine if a rebuttal is needed. Thank you.
And also, you have to indicate who you are asking the question to. If it's both of them, you say both of you or each of the person.
Thank you very much. Get the camera. So this particular question is for both candidates. An average expense for an individual attending a convention is $2,000 with your spouse. That is a lot of money for an average American, someone residing in America. What plans do you guys have to reduce that particular amount so a normal Soban attending with his spouse you can make it affordable for him to attend that particular convention, you know.
Yeah.
Both candidates.
The truth is that's a challenge that we face as a chapter, because our conventions move from state to state, state to state. There is transportation involved, and there is hotel involved, or resident being able to rent a hotel involved. So it's expensive. One thing we can do at the level of Soba America is to understand that our convention levy is what it is, and also try to support Sobans in so many ways. In terms of, we need to focus on transportation. How can we assist Sobans with transportations? Can we create a program where we have a bus transportation from different states and see which Sobans want to leverage that? Can we create a situation where we partner, especially our discount program, our Soba America discount program, we partner with airlines for discounts for Sobans who are part of or registered members of Soba America. To the extent that's the much we can do. While on the convention, can we find Sobans who can, you know, instead of having a hotel, maybe an Airbnb, so that they can come together and, you know, share resources. So to an extent, that is tough to assist Sobans, but we have to think more into it to see how we can support Sobans for that.
Like I said in Dallas a couple of weeks ago, we should approach our conventions thinking about two things: affordability and profitability. A good example why it's so expensive is the fact that we have VIP tables that are $3,000. So like Ako was saying, if you come with your wife, that's $600. That's a lot. If we have different tiers like we do, I'm saying this based on experience, not because I'm talking. We want to go now that we have different levels. That's why we've been able to raise money every single year, $100,000 over. Because we have different table levels, 750, 1,500, 2,000, and 2,500. When you make it to that point where Sobans have options to pick and choose what they can afford, it makes it affordable. Profitability, we have to look at where we host our conventions. It's about time. I know not every chapter will agree on that, but we have to look at profitability. If a certain region, for example, President Tony Mbaba will tell you right up that Soba, California should not host a convention because of it's expensive. So what's the point going there? We should look at locations where it's affordable, they have history of profitability, and base it on that. Then you can have the mini conventions, go to those other states that don't have that profitability. But then having options in terms of our tables and locations should be the primary reason why we host our conventions.
Thank you. Next person.
Again, thank you guys for vying for this job and for visiting Houston. I have a question for both of you. And this has been very dear to me for quite a while now. Soba is very complicated, the structure. Soba America is the biggest contributor to projects back in Sase and in Cameroon in general. Then we are disenfranchised. We can't vote for the president of Soba General. How do you plan to fix that breakthrough relationship between being a Soba in the USA and then the general in Cameroon, and can the Soba General president be present here in the US?
So I think you're asking two questions.
No, I'm asking that. How do you plan? How can I, as a Soba in Houston and Soba America, sending my dollars over to Cameroon for projects, then when it comes to time for me or for them to elect the president of Soba General, which is a bigger sister or bigger brother to all of us, we cannot vote. So how do you plan to fix that relation that we in America can also vote for the president of Soba General?
I think it's a question that's been going on for some time now, and I definitely agree with you, Elvis. Again, I think one thing we got to look for first is our bylaws. The bylaws of Soba General and the bylaws of Soba, the various regions. Okay. We have to look at our bylaws, the bylaws of Soba General and for the different chapters. It's kind of tricky because, again, Soba General oversees, the other chapters, but I think a basic tenet of voting in any administration is being a member, and that being paying your membership due. So I think it will be, for us to, it will be like unwise to say that somebody can come and vote in Soba America when they're not a member, haven't paid their dues. But we have to talk with them. Our bylaws, Soba America, is open for improvement. These discussions that we have, we can lay our cases and say, hey, look, we want to be part of decision making, like Elvis is saying. You guys come and take money from us, you do the projects that we have, but we don't have the say. But I think we have to have a structure where, as much as we are in Soba America, we also contribute, like registration wise, Soba General, so you have a voice in the decisions that they make. Thank you.
So that's a good question. I think we have a unique opportunity now. We have a bishop who is a proprietor of SASA who is very practical. There's a young bishop and a very practical bishop who listens. And I think Soba America or Sobans across the world have a unique opportunity to work with Bishop Bibi. And he's a man who is very practical and he listens when we talk. And I think, like Soba Nicole said, it's a conversation to be had. But this is what I want to really focus on two things. The one is that I think personally is we have to tie our donations to Soba America to what they are doing for SASE. Before you come to Soba America and ask for money, you should tell us what you plan to do and how you're going to maintain it. I think that's very important for us. I think that is where we should start this conversation. If you're asking us to build a dormitory, tell us how much you're going to put in that project and what you're going to do to maintain that project. How much will you earmark day after day after day to maintain that project? I think is very important. Number two, the Office of Alumni. I said it before. We have to think about what is in place and how can we make sure it works. That is very crucial. It serves as an intermediary between Soba at large and the Institute. We need somebody in there, an employee in there that can build that relationship between us and the Sobans on ground. But also the conversation about us being part of Soba elections, that is a conversation that we should have. I think we should be able to have a voice, even if it's a quarter at some point, but that's something that we should have, a conversation.
Good evening, gentlemen. My name is Mbe Eno, Emeritus of Soba Houston. I have a question about conventions. And we're going to talk about two conventions in particular, the DMV convention and the Arizona convention. Given that both of you were in the executive during the DMV convention, how much blame do each of you take for the losses that were incurred? The second part to this question is about the Arizona. Given the way national controls expenses for conventions, how much blame lies at the local level and how much lies at the national level for losses that were incurred then? And you can use a percentage to make it clearer. Thank you.
So for this, do you want to go?
Let me take this. In terms of our conventions, that is a very good question. I think for you to change something, you have to first of all reflect on it. You have to reflect. And when our conventions suffer losses, all of us should take responsibility. When our conventions suffer a loss, all of us should take pride in that. For the Soba DMV elections, I got engaged in a different capacity. And it's ironic that, Subambi asked that question because you and I work. The only reason, the little part that I got engaged in the Soba DMV elections was to save money for Soba America. We could have bought drinks from the hotel. We would have bought drinks from the liquor stores. But I offered my liquor license to say, instead of spending $10,000, $15,000 to buy drinks, with my liquor license, we can have a discount of $3,000, $4,000 to save money because that is how my brain works. To be able to save money for our organization and also to put in place, or if spending should be driven by revenue. So I think that's one thing. In the Arizona convention, I got engaged with Emeritus, with Chairman Faro, in terms of how to save money. Wanted to bring an artist on Friday, and I asked the Arizona team, I said, tell me how this artist would generate revenue. And they couldn't prove it, and I said, I will not sign up on that. That is the kind of savings and the kind of mindset we need to have. We all take the blame for that loss. But in the little way that I could work to save money for Soba, the both conventions, I did it my own way. And that's the mindset I'm going to lead this organization with if I have the opportunity. And the last part of his question in terms of national and local taking the blame, national has a policy in place in terms of with our policy and procedures on how to spend. And that really tries to reduce losses. You were supposed to get approval from national to make certain expenditures. Once that doesn't happen, we resort to the losses that we saw in the DMV, right? The chapter has to take the blame because the chapter really are the ones in charge of that money once their budget is submitted to national and national approves that budget. It goes to the chapter and the chapter president makes those decisions on how to disburse that money. And if the money, in the case of DMV, it was 29,000. DMV asked for more money. National gave them 33,000, but they spent 53,000. That is 20,000 over the budget without approval. This is what this letter states. So to your point, there is a structure in place. If that structure is followed, our loss is going to be curtailed. And as president, it's something which I'm going to put in place and make sure it holds.
Yeah, you know, part of leadership is owning where something, you don't run away from whatever happens. Whatever happens about DMV elections, I'll take all responsibility for that. I'm not going to shy from that. He can take that because he was never available. He was busy campaigning for his friend. So he wouldn't know what happened. That election was, or that convention was the busiest, the most difficult convention we had with too many moving parts. Remember, we went from 300 members to 700 members overnight. We had a budget plan for that convention to be profitable. But because the numbers were expecting 1,000 Sobans, there was no hall in Soba DMV that could have afforded that capacity. That's why we went to that hotel. A good example about what we did. Remember, we had the lunch outside of that hotel. We went to that restaurant. You know how we did that? I was able to negotiate with them so we could rent that restaurant and bring our food over there. The hotel was going to charge us $27,000. Guess what we spent that day? $8,000. We saved $21,000. That's leadership. That convention was the most difficult convention ever in the history of Soba America. Without that, we would have probably lost even more. Well, we didn't lose, let me not say, we would have been in a hole because guess what? At the mini convention, we had this reconciliation go back and forth. We thought that we didn't make money because of how things were. But we got there, President Emeritus Mafani said that, oh, no, Soba DMV made 10,000. I had a standing ovation for the job that Soba DMV did. Now, in terms of moving forward with this kind of conventions going forward, I think it's all about checks and balances, which I think is what we've learned over time and we implement going forward with our conventions. With the Soba Arizona Convention, again, it was unique. They've hosted the best convention to date. But again, it goes back to the fact that we need to approach conventions based on affordability and profitability as opposed to looking good. We've been forced so many times this past couple of years to look good as Soba America. But guess what? We're not making money. A lot of things have to be taken out of our convention budget. Like the lunch and the dinner, one has to go. We have to focus based on affordability and profitability and not about looking good.
Thank you.
Hey, my question is for you. It is ridiculous when a chapter hosts the national convention and then the national chapter comes and swap it and take all the profit. When we hosted a convention in Houston, I think we made about $100,000. We made a profit of like $18,000, $19,000 and they gave us $35,000. It is ridiculous. So my question for you guys is profit share. How is the local chapter going to make money hosting a national convention? Because we do all the hard work and the national convention comes and just swap the money and leave. So, and for the past 18 years that I've been attending convention, it's been 37. It should be negotiable. Can you guys do 50-50? For the loss of the game. For the loss and the game. Can you go 50-50 because it's 70-30.
Thank you.
And it's just ridiculous because we do all the hard work and then the national convention just come and swap the money and leave.
Thank you for your question.
I think a good point you just made, Kenny Barnes. That's the issue that he just asked with the last question. When Soba America makes a profit in the convention, national takes all the credit. When they lose, they blame the chapter. That's ridiculous. National makes 70% of the profit, chapter makes 30%. The matter doesn't add up. If you make a loss, if you want to take 70% of the credit and the profit, you should equally as well take 70% of the blame. That's just common sense. But when they make a profit, oh, national made the profit. They didn't talk about the chapter. When they say loss, oh, it was a chapter. Chapter president was not national. So for us to be able to get to that equity, which I agree with you, because in 2019, we brought this up during the convention when I was running for president. It cannot be 70-30 anymore. The chapters do the most work. We are on the ground. We do all the groundwork. National comes and implement their policies. So it should be at least have increased by now to 60-40, to the bare minimum. And then as we progress, we have a chance to go to 50-50 once we get to the point where we feel like we're viable enough. But I think at least at this point, 60-40 should be what we should be looking at. It's been 6 years since we hosted the convention in Soba, Maryland, Soba DMV, and it was 70-30. We pushed for 60-40. Up to now, we've not had that. When they make a profit, National takes the credit. When they make a loss, they blame the chapters. But guess what? They take 70% of the profit and give the chapter 30%. So I agree with you. It's something we have to put back in motion. And I think right now, 60-40 would be a good way to start and then see how we do. And then if we have to go to 50-50 based on the circumstances on the ground, we can talk about that. But I think for now, 60-40 should be good.
You see, that's a good question. And one of the things that I've avoided to do as running for office is to make promises which I don't have enough information about. I don't have enough data about. I think it's a responsible thing to do. It's something that we should look into. Now, previously, I think when the law was written, it was 1730 because National would put 100% of the money in, and even send in their czars to come in there for a week and stay and do the work themselves. Now it's changing. Chapters are becoming stronger. Individuals are getting involved. Some chapters are picking up, the Wednesday nights and the Thursday nights and even Fridays. And some chapters are even picking up the slacks on Sunday. So what I want to say is that it's a good conversation to have. Let's look at the data and what the data says. How much chapters are putting in, and they should be compensated equally. I dare to say the chapters are putting in more, they should get 60 and Soba America gets 40. If they are putting in less in terms of manpower, in terms of resources, it could be 50-50, it could be 60-40. But let's be responsible, let's follow the data and see what it leads us. But to your point, it's a conversation that we should have. But also, it's not only about the split. It's about how chapters profit from our conventions. We should focus on the chapters that are hosting, we make use of their local vendors. There's no need for us to fly somebody that is doing soya from Maryland to a convention in Dallas. We should find a Soban that can do that and let that Soban make money. We should find the videographers and the photographers from Soba Dallas if they're hosting the convention. Let the local chapters make money from our conventions and we work with those partners. That in itself is beneficial to the chapter. So we're going to look at it in totality and follow the data. But whatever expense that we do must associate with what is the revenue or the value that it comes to Soba America.
Thank you.
All right.
Final question.
We have one last question.
Thank you. My question, I have a concern, and thank you, President, for giving me the chance. I wonder if Soba America is a public charity under Section 501c3, because I listened here and I look at the figures. It baffled me. When I look at we talk about projects of $500,000, I'm looking about how do we account to that on Section 501c3 under the IRS declaration. Now we talk about figures, we talk about projects, we talk about benefits, but we should be mindful that we are accountable to the government of the United States. In terms of repatriation of the money from here to Cameroon, what dispositions are you, presidents, taking to ensure that monies are properly disposed based on that status quo? And the next one, I have one question, and thank you. We can talk another once in diverse. Thank you.
Oh, definitely. Soba America is a 501c3 association. So pretty much whatever we do is in accordance with the federal government. And we've been doing that for the last several years. We've never had any issue with that. I don't see how we're going to have issue doing that as well. Now, being a $500,000 annually revenue association doesn't stop us from being a 501c, organization. We just have different, increased membership, increased programs that we have. But as long as everything was reported to the IRS like we've been doing the last couple of years, it's not going to be an issue. So to answer your question, yes, we are 501(c)(3) association, and we are in accordance with the laws for the last couple of years, and we tend to stay like that. Thank you.
I get the impression that you do not understand my question clearly, and I want us to be very, very honest here. Because where I am now, I put my reputation in the organization. So my questions are clear. Excuse me, my questions are clear in the dispositions of 501(c)(3), because we have to document that, and I would like to read the report of where we contribute money, and we're sending. If the report submitted to IRS as per that declaration, please share the report.
Wait,
financial, please.
if you go to sobaamerica.com, you have all the information you need.
You know, to follow up on that, I think Soba America is a 501(c)(3). Our taxes has been filed, and I think we are within the limits of the law. But we have a double statute. We have Soba America Alumni Organization, which is a 501(c)(3), and we have Soba America, which is a for-profit. And through the umbrella of the for-profit, we can undergo a profitable venture. And if that happens, we are going to follow the statute that guides businesses within the U.S., both at local and national level.
Thank you.
All right, guys, I think we have, I think we'll, no, he will. So this will be the last question, because we have been here for quite a bit, and the candidates have answered most of the questions. They're becoming redundant. So I'll have Factor.
My question is for Soban Ekole. Thank you for stepping up to run for office. But those of us who are not members of Soba DMV from the outside, we like to understand our candidates better. You mentioned you submitted receipts and reports to Soba Ngasa detailing the expenses for the Soba America 2019 convention in Maryland. Do you happen to have copies of what you submitted to Soba Ngasa?
I know I sent all the receipt to Soba Ngasa. I called him a couple of days ago, just to be sure I don't have, if I have copies somewhere. He said it's been 6 years, and he doesn't have any copies. Now, again, based on that report, everything on that report is traceable. It was checks, cash apps, it was credit card. So to prove that is easy. It's not something for us, but I sent everything to Professor Ngasa. I called him a few days ago to, hey, Prof, I sent this receipt. Do you still have them? He told me that it's been 6 years, he doesn't remember. So I can look for them if I have them, but they were all sent to Professor Ngasa.
Thank you, gentlemen. We've come to our question and answer sessions. Now it's time for us to go to our closing. And according to our decision at the very beginning, there was a coin toss, and both of you agreed on who is going to close first and who is going to close second. Do you remember?
Yes.
All right, so please go ahead as we agreed.
Well, Soba Houston members, the debate commission, Sobans that are watching both here and abroad, I thank you guys so much for this opportunity. It has been a great honor. It has been a wonderful experience. I thank Soba Ekole for a spirited conversation. And let it be known that the facts will remain the facts. When we talk about receipts, we're not interested in receipts. When we talk about 25,000 squander, we are not interested in that. We are interested in pointing credibility. Credibility is on the ballot on May 24th. That is what I want you to think about and what I want you to take home with you. Credibility, it's important. Transparency is important. We cannot have a president of Soba America with credibility and transparency issues hovering over them. It is bad for the progress we've made for 35 years, and it is something we should not accept. The real question in this election is, which Ekole can you trust? I want you to ask yourself that question. Which Ekole can you trust? Is it the Ekole who told us that the Soba DMV convention made profits? But when we got into the numbers, we saw a $10,000 loss, clean and clear. On our letterhead, the only official document that Soba America can reference, a $10,000 loss. If you look into the numbers, there's a potential $20K loss of revenue that is not supposed to be claimed. It would have been a convention with 30,000 lost. Combine that with what his vice president lost in Arizona, you are looking at 70,000. That is the record. And today they tell us they want to raise 500,000 for Soba America. Give me a break. Which Ekole can you trust? Is it Ekole that when he was running for office for Soba America in 2019, he told us, regardless of who wins, I'm going to support. I'm going to be there. Immediately he won, he absconded. He has not supported Forte, not in one thing. He says he's reachable. He is working. He is working. What has changed now? But for 6 years, while you and I were building this organization, he was nowhere to be found because it did not favor him. It has to be about him. Now he wants to run and lead. What has happened to the organization for 6 years? Which Ekole do we trust? Is it the one who told us in DMV that I was going to support you guys when I leave office? President Noni, no one support. President Julius, no support. Chief Luma, no support. Barely attends meetings. Is it a colleague that we asked for a report on $6,500 check that I wrote to himself? He said, I'm going to give you guys the check. Oh, my computer crashed. Oh, I'm in New Mexico working. Excuses upon excuses. Even in our current Soba feast day, he could barely show up. And this is a man who wants to lead. I ask you again, which Ekole would we trust? This is a man who ran for vice president in 2019. Came to you and I and said, I'm running under the ACO ticket as vice president. The moment he fizzled, the moment he realized that will not benefit him, he said, I'm going to throw a brother under the bus and I'm going to run independently. I'm going to run independently. A showcase of betrayal we've never seen. What happened to your word being your bond? He will say anything and do anything to win an election. And that is his record. Ours is a record that is consistent. It's a record of service. I have worked for this organization from time immemorial. Not only for Soba America, for my community. To be tapped by the current U.S. Senator Angela Osobrook to be part of the African Diaspora Commission Board, that is because of my leadership. To be tapped by the governor of Maryland, Westmore, to join the African Heritage Board to make sure that I can support businesses in Maryland, that is leadership. To fly to Cameroon twice to support Soba America and represent Soba America, that is the risk that is involved with that. Spending resources, leaving my family back home, that is dedication and passion. While he works, while he's out in New Mexico. That is leadership the past 6 years. That is why I'm running for this election. It's a vision that is bold, a vision that is revolutionary. We want to move Soba America forward. And if you vote for me, if you vote for my Vice President, Soban Atem Edwin, I promise you, Sobans, I promise you, on day one, we will get in ready to lead this organization with integrity, to move us forward, and to bridge the divide, and make sure we are one strong organization.
Thank you.
Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
Do I get extra time like today as well? Fellow Sobans, fellow Soba Houston members, thank you guys for giving me the opportunity to be here and lay my case to you. Again, I'll repeat myself. In 2019, I was here in Houston. I made a bold claim that by the end of my presidency, Soba DMV will have over 100 members. We were 35 members at the time. Not only did we achieve that, we doubled that to the tune of over 200 members. We took over from One Tico United. We had 17 members. We have 360 members today. We've raised over $450,000 the last 3 years and counting. Our goal to get Soba America to $500,000 a year and 1,000 members is achievable using our platform BATS. And what is BATS? Brotherhood, Branding and Innovation, Accountability and Transparency, the Colosseum Project, Teamwork and Service. This can only be achieved with your help. We can't do it by ourselves. Myself and President Bokosa have experience, years of tested experience, 20 plus years of tested experience in Soba that we bring on day one, really on day one to lead Soba America. Again, this campaign is not about who called you first, who asked for a commitment first, sound bites, misinformation, something that his campaign does, a lot of it. I got about 35 of them that I've listed that I'm going to share with you guys soon. There's no point in me trying to go through them because it's a waste of time. But if a man who was treasurer when we handed over to him does not know how much money we gave to him, maybe he thinks that being PRO for Soba America, that's the job he's been doing throughout Soba. It's concerning. It's very concerning. So our goal is for us to get 1,000 members in Soba and $500,000 annually. I've shown you guys a roadmap to that. You guys can look at it. I'm not here to talk about misinformation or character, whatever. I'm talking about a vision, a bold vision with a plan, research back behind it. It's about us believing that we can do the impossible. We Sobas have to believe that this is possible. We believe we can do it. The issue is you have to be part of it to help us. That's why we say teamwork requires all of us to get this done. I know everybody here knows at least 5 Sobans who are unregistered. If you multiply that by 200 Sobans, we have 1,000 members already. This is achievable. Our campaign is not based on misinformation, attacks. When you don't have a vision, you want to spread falsehood and attack people's character. That's what they've been doing from day one. They came in off the bat, making all this noise, endorsements. When we came out, they have no vision. So what do you want to do? Spread misinformation. But I'll ask Mr. Njuka ask on one thing and let everybody hear me out. He keeps telling you guys he was secretary of Soba for 4 years. His team members keep saying that he attended every meeting. This thing is simple to figure out and put it to bed. If you really are who you say you were, if you can produce me minutes and records for just 2 years of your administration, I will drop out of this race. Thank you, fellow Sobans.
Let me respond to that.
Gentlemen, my fellow Sobans, thank you for your patience. Thank you for giving us the chance to listen to our candidates for presidency in 2025. You have been an awesome audience, and to the organizers, I would like to say thank you to the Soban Houston chapter, and it goes first to their president, President Sylvester Nwosu, and to the vice president, President Seseko Chief Echu Ebot. Thank you all. Can we give them a round of applause? For the hard work with the videography streaming online. And we will not forget those of you who are listening from far and wide. Thank you so much for your participation. And to Sobans in Canada and Sobans in the USA, you all make Soba America. We are proud of you. Thank you for giving the Houston chapter the opportunity to do this. And Sobans in Cameroon, we are with you. Thank you for staying up late or early in the morning to watch us. And those of you in Europe and South America and all over this world, thank you all for being a part of this. We appreciate you. Long live Soba America, and see you in Detroit, Michigan on May the 24th for the election itself. Have a good night.
Thanks. I said, Pacto, why not ask the question? Why not ask the question? Why not ask the question? Good job. Thank you. Why not ask the question? You might not follow me over the place, man. Why not ask the question? If you ask question of both of us, why not me one question? Why not both of you question? Why not ask one question?
Job well done. You don't read Basman? Huh? You don't read Basman? Yeah. No. Oh, but, well, I didn't follow them online now. I didn't follow them online. Good job.
That's why I'm taking after this one.
Yes. You know what it is? I said Arizona is a big mistake. When you make South America, you know, make
Yeah. Okay. All right.
I took some video.
Well, I said, what's the washroom? The bigger guy. This one too.
We'll just take one and
I'm taking multiple guys. Sir.